Good morning and welcome to the weekend edition of the Joint Committees on Senate Finance and Assembly Ways and Means. Committee Secretary, would you please call the roll?
Senator Canizero. Here. Senator Dondero Loop. Here. Senator Goycochea. Here. Senator Harris. Here. Senator Neal. Here. Senator Wynn. Senator Severs-Gansert. Senator Titus. Here. Assemblywoman Anderson. Present. Assemblywoman Backus. Present. Assemblywoman Brown-May. Here. Assemblywoman Dickman. Here. Assemblywoman Gorlow. Here. Assemblyman Hafen. Assemblywoman Howdegi. Here. Assemblywoman Kasama. Here. Assemblyman Miller. Present. Assemblyman O'Neill. Here. Assemblywoman Peters. Here. Assemblyman Watts. Here. Assemblyman Yeager. Here. Chair Monroe Moreno.
And I am here. Will you please mark Senator Wynn and Assemblyman Hafen excused absence today? And good morning to everyone. Thank you for joining us on a bright and what will be our first of many Saturday meetings as we try to close out this legislative session. I'd like to thank all of the superintendents for joining us here today for what I plan to be a regular part of our legislative process, having an update from our districts on their goals, their plans, and challenges to this joint fiscal committee during the legislative session. As legislators, we continually get asked questions from our constituents and yours concerning how COVID dollars have been spent, how the district is addressing classroom sizes, educational resources in the classroom, extracurricular activities, repairs and or disrepair of our schools, staffing levels, vacancy numbers, and of course the compensation of our teachers, educational professionals, and all important staff, support staff in our schools. We know that each and every school district is unique in its own makeup, and we felt the best way to address the questions that we're being asked is to hear directly from you all. We hope to get through as many as we can before lunch, but at 12 noon, we will take a break for about 30 to 45 minutes, and it will be no more than 45 minutes, even though sometimes we do things on legislative time. We want to get out of here at a really good time today. So members, we have a number of school districts that will be joining us presenting today. I encourage you to ask them questions. We each come from different parts of the state, and you may know something unique about your district that the rest of us do not, that you'd like to get on the record or have a question answered about. So I encourage the questions, and with that, let's get started. First up, we have Carson City School District. Good morning and welcome to our weekend edition.
I'm a big fan of the weekends.
We are too. You know, the 120 days, we're just here, getting it all done. We do take a break on Sundays, usually.
That's good.
And members, on the table, you should have a handout so you can follow along with the presentation. And you just let us know as soon as you're ready to get started.
Okay. Sorry, I was expecting the PowerPoint to pop up in front of me. That's fine. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Andrew Fueling. In most circles related to education, I'm better known as AJ. I'm the superintendent for the Carson City School District as of July 1st of last year. Before we get started, I do have a couple of graphs and images, and I was told to make it very clear that they are okay to use, that either we created them or it's a public document. So I just have that slide. You don't need to read it, but just know it's there. Very, very excited to be here today, and very excited to be in the position of and I'm sure many of you are excited to be in the position of the state having some revenues projected by the Economic Forum that are well beyond what we're used to seeing, and potentially some of that being able to help out in education. And for me, I have my background, I serve on the Commission on School Funding. I have a background in school finance, so I have focused a little bit on this, but I think a couple graphs that just show where some of the excitement stems from. This is, so I don't know most of you, but if you knew me, you know that I sadly really enjoy diving into old financial data, historical financial data. It's kind of embarrassing, but it really is a lot of fun. And so if you go back through, I have every fiscal appropriations report that ever existed. And going back to the fiscal analyst report of 1972, that's as far back as I can find. But going back through all that, you learn so much just about where the state has been and where it is going. And so this first slide is one that shares, it really only reflects the Nevada Plan days, so it only goes through 2021, but it's 1972 to 2021. You can't really compare the new funding stream kind of in the same way, but every year there was always a per pupil amount that would come out, right? We all, I think you're all somewhat familiar with the idea of the per pupil funding. And this just gives you an idea of what that funding really over the life of the Nevada Plan looked like. And I would start this with, if you're familiar with the name Jeremy Aguero, he's been in these circles for a long time. And he often will start or have in his presentations a quote from Grant Sawyer, talking about really how amazing education was in Nevada, how well it was funded, how well it was performing, and that sort of thing. And so that was in 1963, and if you see a picture of Grant Sawyer, he was very much a 1963-looking gentleman with this just, I don't know, straight and narrow. When you look at then what funding with the beginning of the Nevada Plan looked like, in the 1970s and 1980s, you had some really significant increases over time. On average, we were increasing about 9% per year. And then you get into the 1990s and the 2000s, and you're averaging about 3% per year. And then you get to the recession, and clearly that was a really difficult time. And since then, or until 2021, that average was about 1.4%. So again, that just, it brings some joy to me to know that we're looking at potentially something more significant, something along the lines of 1982 being the high point of 22.5%. We're in line potentially with that with the governor's recommended budget. This next slide looks at general fund operating appropriations for the state. And I realize this is hard to read, and I apologize to the audience because I know there's no way you can see what this is saying. But K-12 education for a very long time has been the largest piece of the state budget. And if you go, this graph is kind of strange because it starts with 1970 and then it jumps to 2010. But that's the earliest piece of data I have, and I wanted that as a starting point. But you can see 46.1% of the state general fund budget went to education at that time. As you then jump to 2010 and move forward, there's that slight decline over time. And again, just the excitement we have with what we're talking about potentially with funding, I think represents kind of going in a different direction there. The only part of the state budget that's seen any increase really over the past decade has been, it's now called Health and Human Services. It used to be called something else long ago. But that's been the only place within the state budget that's seen increases. So it's nice to see potentially what we're looking at. So getting into the Carson City School District, we are not the largest school district in the state, and I know you're surprised to hear that. We have about 7,200 students, a little over 14% are special education, 12% English learners. We are a majority Hispanic district, 46% of our students are Hispanic, and 42% of our students qualify for direct certification. And if you're not familiar with that term, it's really important in the world of nutrition services. So if you, and for other things, but direct certification just simply means children whose families qualify for some type of federal assistance. So they're on welfare, TANF, Medicaid, something along those lines. So it gives you some proxy of need, poverty in general within a district. It's not free and reduced lunch rate, and I didn't use free and reduced lunch because it's kind of a weird number where we are with a lot of students eating for free and we're not always getting applications in. So I figured that's a number we all can share, and you could ask any district. They may not have the information today, but they could get that information. That's something we all have defined. 944 full-time staff, 517 certified, 379 classified, and 48 either school or district administrative positions. We have 11 schools. We have 6 elementary schools. All of our elementary schools are Title I schools. 2 middle schools, comprehensive high school, alternative school, and 1 charter school. And truly, I didn't include the charter schools numbers in the 7,200 students. I actually don't have pre-K in there either. That's really more our funding enrollment. We do have about 140 pre-K students. Our charter school, while it is a part of us, they also get funded separately with the formula, so it's kind of a strange setup. And so I think just setting up the presentation today, and I think this will be a really common theme that you'll hear throughout this, is this economic kind of concept of opportunity cost. And I'm a former economics teacher from back in the day. And opportunity cost is one of these really, really fundamental concepts in economics. And it's really simple. It's if you decide to spend money in one place, you can't spend it in another. And you all live that in this process that you're going through over these crazy months here during the session. So the primary trade-off we're looking at is this adequate staffing and programming to support student learning and wages, right? We all realize what's going on around us, and we all realize that, and I'll say this, we're in the middle of negotiations right now, so it's kind of strange to say this, but we have to do something about our wages. It's a bottom line, it has to happen. So, but it's that balance that we have to look at. So our budget for next year, so GovRec came out 49 days ago, which is not all that long ago for us. We are still in discussions internally with the board as to what we want to do, and I want to thank, I've 4 board members here today and thank them for being here to support. There is concern, and this has come up several times, about sustainability of funding, and so for all of us, and I think COVID was a little bit of a hit because, or at least it puts it in our mind because, and that was a really hard time and not in any way blaming, but all of a sudden the state was in crisis, and so there was a request to school districts if there were unused grant funds, if there was unused money to give that back effectively, and so now we have this great time again, but I think just a little bit of gun shy and a little bit of concern there. But excited to have this good problem for the first time in 30 years, it seems. So for Carson City, so we were a district that was in hold harmless, moving into the new pupil-centered funding plan. And so I put up here, and you can see it in gray, the base, our hold harmless base in fiscal year 20 was $78.17 per student. And so when you get to the current year where we're in right now, we're still in hold harmless this year. Our per pupil amount is $77.53, and there's some adjustments that have had to happen when the funding, the state put together the numbers for the pupil-centered funding plan. So the hold harmless, it didn't hold exactly to the fiscal 20 numbers. I think in the language was made reasonably close. So that is that reasonable closeness to that number. But then looking at the GovRec budget next year, it would jump to 92.33, in the following year, 96.91. Adding in some of the other numbers that kind of flow into the general fund, we would be looking at about an increase of $8.9 million next year, and then another $2.2 million the following year. And so I just want to point out as well, because I think with the $2 million that the governor is speaking to, or proposing, I think in general we're expecting, or the numbers being thrown out is about $2,000 more per pupil. That is not the same across every district. And so because we were in hold harmless previously, it took some amount of money to get us out of hold harmless, and then we saw the benefit of that. So some districts are going to get more, they're going to see more than 2,000. For districts that are coming out of hold harmless, they're going to see less very, very likely. And it'll be kind of different depending on how far and hold harmless they were. Okay. Looking at the weighted funding, so our English learner funding, that increases pretty significantly as within the budget, the governor has full weights as recommended by APA, which I'll talk about a little bit later, and the Commission on School Funding. Our gifted and talented funding increases a bit, our at-risk funding increases a bit, but altogether, again, we have 12% of our students are English learners. And I think the district prides itself on, we historically have funded English learner services in our district well. And so this is something that will help solidify that, providing services to those kiddos for us. So all in all, $10.7 million increase next year and $2.4 million increase the following year. And how can we use those funds? And I just bring you back to the opportunity cost question, right? So there's wages and there's all these additional programming and services and people that we would like to offer to our kiddos. And so I'll just take a step to the side with this because some of the recommendations exist from the superintendents already as a group. So the Commission on School Funding report, which I carry with me wherever I go, it's a great conversation starter. And that work, that report, which came out in November 2022, it is, I mean, one of the primary purposes of it was to say, so this whole idea of adequate funding and how do we get there? And you may know a young man by the name of Guy Hobbs who helped chair that committee. And Guy Hobbs is an amazing, amazing, and brilliant guy. I'm so thankful that I got to know him through this process and that he was able to help us through this process. And so what adequate funding is within that document, how it's trying to get to what that number is based off a study that was commissioned by the legislature over the years by this group APA, or Augenblick, Palick and Associates. And what part of those study was what could a new funding model look like? And really that's where the PCFP came from. It came from that model. Some adjustments were made, but that was the basis for it. The other side of it was, what does adequate funding mean? And what is adequacy? Where do we want to go? So the legislature's been asking that question for a long time. What is adequacy? And adequacy, and that's the underlined portion, it's a really simple idea, and I know it gets confused and maybe misunderstood, but the costs likely incurred for staffing and programming required to meet state-determined educational standards. So you all, as the legislative body, have decided what you expect. And some of that is support from the State Board of Ed, some of that support from NDE, right? There is this expectation. And what that expectation costs based on these studies, third-party studies done, is about $14,000 per student. That's not the superintendents saying this is what it's going to cost. This is this professional third party that does this across the country. And so then you look at what state funding is, it's about $9,500 per student overall. And so that's the delta, right? That's the difference. And so we are trying to provide, I mean, and the existence of these standards and goals that have been set, they're there, right? So we're trying to provide $14,000 of services with $9,500 of money per student. And that, again, that's what's exciting about what we're talking about here in the governor's recommended budget, and I believe there's a lot of support for that in trying to increase that level of funding. So again, within that report, Appendix 1, there is the recommendations that the superintendents work with the Commission on School Funding to provide what those recommendations, if we ever got to adequacy, what would that look like? And to give you an idea too, and I dove into this, I don't know if the other superintendents will, because this gets pretty technical in trying to pull some of this information, but Carson High School, and many of you know Carson High School is the finest high school in Nevada, just throwing that out there. Is a
But
little
you're
bit,
not biased at all, right?
No, not at all.
Okay.
Not at all. It's just a little bit down the road. And Carson High, it was actually the largest high school in northern Nevada until about 2 years ago. And now I think Spanish Springs is a bit bigger. But so Carson High School, when you're looking at the staffing I have in Carson High School, about 2,300 students, in the left-hand column, that is the staffing I have. And I picked, so within their study, they have lots of different positions. And I picked 4 of them out of there and then gave kind of an overall number based on the ones that they're looking at. They don't count, they're not looking at custodians, and they're not looking at like groundskeeping crew, right? It's more instructional and office people in the buildings. So we have 93.5 teachers, 2 English learner teachers, 3 instructional aides. We have no instructional coaches, and in total, about 171 and a half staff. When you look at adequacy based on that study, we would have 119 teachers. So we would add 26 teachers. And so again, what can we do with our money? We're looking at these different options we have. One of them is moving towards this adequate level of staffing and adequate level of programming. English learner teachers, based on that study, we would add 5.6 teachers. It's ratios, so it's kind of weird. Instructional aides, we would add 11.4 aides. Instructional coaches, we would have 8 coaches. In total, we would have 80 more staff. And so it's interesting because we think of we being me and people in Carson City think of Carson High as being really big and really full. But clearly to get to kind of the expectations, this study believed, look, we really need more people to pull this off. We need to reduce our class sizes at the high school level. We need more support for our teachers. We need more support staff and that sort of thing. And then you have the other side of that equation then is wages. Again, this trade-off. And so one of the things I greatly appreciate, we actually have a fabulous relationship with our bargaining units. And it is amazing, just amazing. And being in Hold Harmless last year, knowing that our revenues were going to be flat, all of our groups agreed to a 0% increase. And I will tell you that was a sacrifice for them. That in a world where costs are going up like crazy, for them to accept that, I could not, I still am floored by that. But again, clearly, if we are moving into a different world with funding, now wages are a concern, right? They have sacrificed there. And I put in some examples of wages within the district just so you can see that, it's not just teachers. Our teacher wages are up there. But our custodians, cooks, special ed paraprofessionals, and bus drivers, these are 5, really, teachers too, are 5 of our hardest places to fill right now. And clearly you look at those wages and you'll hear the comments like, I could go to In-N-Out Burger and make more. Yeah, it's true, right? The flip side of that is clearly there are significant benefits, right, that come with working. And while PERS is amazing, and no one would argue that, it also doesn't pay your mortgage, it doesn't pay your rent, it doesn't pay for food, it doesn't pay for gas. Right, so that's kind of the struggle we have, and housing in Carson City, like most of the urban parts of the state, has gone up dramatically, and that has become a problem. So looking at then on the wages side, again, focus, and just looking at 24 because it'll get complicated looking in 2 years. So just to keep it simple and looking in 1 year, we're looking at $10.7 million of additional funding. 1.8 of that is going to go to PERS right off the top because of the increase we're seeing in PERS, going from 29.75% to 33.5%. We're expecting, and actually this is a capped number, but a 9% increase in health insurance, which, because it only impacts half of a fiscal year, it's about $400,000. We have a lot of positions in our ESSER funds. A lot of our social workers, a lot of our formerly Zoom English learner staff, positions that were added for learning loss, academic interventionists. There's about $3.3 million of positions in ESSER funding right now, at least budgeted. They're not all filled. And so that adds up to about $5.5 million. And I wanted to pause there for a second talking about ESSER because I know I have seen some of the frustration, what seems to be frustration with the lack of spending of ESSER funds. And so this is something that has come up with other grants. It's not just ESSER over the years. And from the school district side of things, I just think it's important, and I've kind of lived it more than some of the other superintendents. So what's really weird about school districts is our fiscal year and the timing of how we spend money, okay? So my fiscal year starts July 1st and it ends June 30th. But my school year starts a little bit later than July 1st, and we keep paying people past the end of that fiscal year. So when I go from July 1st to December 31st in a fiscal year, that should seem like, oh, you're halfway through a year. So half of your money should be spent. And that is not the case for school districts. When you get through half of a fiscal year, we have spent about 1/3 of our funds for the year. And then the rest, 2/3, will happen as the rest of the year continues. It's a really weird thing. And we have to like talk to certain people at PERS when we're talking about some of our people, because it throws off people at PERS. It's messy. And I'm sorry for that. And I can talk to that all day long if you need, if that would be helpful, but I just wanted to say that. And then otherwise, when you're looking at over a number of years, and you're looking at, well, ESSER has been around now for a number of years. Why is that money not being spent? What you have to remember is that school districts are 80 to 90% staffing. Okay, first of all, we are a very labor-intensive industry. And if you haven't noticed, the entire world is hiring right now. And it's been going on for a couple years. So when you are so dependent on staffing and it is so hard to find people, we are not going to be spending down that money as fast as I think you would expect to see. In the first year of ESSER funding, all of the learning loss additional positions we were looking to add, we were only able to hire 30% of them. So budgeted number is big, expenditure number is small. And that's a part of the problem that all districts are having. I would also use the example for summer school. We put together the last 2 years what was going to be the biggest summer school programming we had ever tried to pull off in terms of trying to support learning loss for our students. We had to minimize or reduce the number of schools we offered it to, because not only could we not get teachers who wanted to teach summer school, because they are burned out folks, but we couldn't get bus drivers to go and transport and pick up the kids because our bus drivers are tired just as well. We could not offer the level of programming that we intended for summer school. For after-school programming, we are struggling getting teachers to want to stay after school and do after-school programming. There's all these things we want to do with those funds to support our kiddos, and people are just tired. It has been a long 3 years for our people, for all of us. And I would just offer too that when you know a grant has an end point, it's not like Title I. Like you can hire people in Title I, and you know Title I's just going to be there because the federal government just prints money if they need to, right? We all know that. However, with ESSER, we know that there's an end point to it, and so I think it's a little hard for people maybe to want to jump into that, knowing that if you're ESSER funded, it might not last for that long. I think that's another issue. So back to this. I'm sorry I'm taking so long, but I hope this will help set up everybody else in going through this. So I have about $5.2 million left. Steps for my employees, meaning, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with school salary schedules, there's usually steps. Every year you'll get a step, right? So that's just kind of built in. A step plus a 1% increase is about $1.4 million. Every additional percent after that is $685,000. So going to a 10% increase for my folks is $7.6 million, a 15% increase is $11 million, a 20% increase is almost $14.5 million. So I have $5.2 million to make this choice, again, of trying to do something with wages or something to move towards that adequacy piece that's been set up. And so what would we like to do, and just moving through this, clearly, we would like to improve instructional quality and reduce staff workload, having attractive competitive wages so we can fill vacancies, add staff, reduce our class sizes, especially at the secondary level, intensive literacy and numeracy support for K-3. If Read by 3 is going to come back, kind of with more stricter standards again, I should say regardless of that, clearly this is a need, like across the board anyway. But we need to do more. We certainly believe we can do more at that level to help our students, adding positions, and really professional development being a big piece of that. And I think kind of recalibrating how we use some of the aids at our elementary level, but bringing in some more interventionists or tutors for our students. Improved behavior and mental health supports for students. Clearly that is a huge issue. Counselor and social worker ratios are not counselors were not as bad. Social workers is a little rougher for recommended ratios. But otherwise, having behavior interventionists and support, we would certainly like to do that. Sustainable student and staff technology replacement, that has become a big one. And we've gone down that road, and I don't know, that train left the station. I don't know that we can ever go back. So that's something that we have to find a way to do. School safety clearly is a concern. We've actually added a couple positions already because we have had some issues in our schools, in our secondary schools especially, and otherwise doing some facility upgrades, and then utility costs to go down would be amazing because that has been completely ridiculous. So I would just say that I really appreciate being here today. And I feel like we're here for three reasons. One is excitement, and one is accountability, and one, it's hard not to, I think, acknowledge this some way, there is some distrust, right? It's there. And so on the accountability side, I would just say that accountability does rest on both sides of this table that I sit at. And I go back to this, right? We know there's a level of funding. We've recognized that we need to do what is being asked of us. We're not quite there, but we're moving in the right direction, and that is awesome. I would also argue that I think, and this is a much longer conversation, but the accountability that schools are held to, and this is mostly the fault of the feds. This is not the state's fault. It is broken. It is flawed. That system, test-based accountability, is not it. And I think that flawed accountability system maybe helps lead to some of that distrust. Is there work to be done? Absolutely. No questions asked. Are kids struggling? 100%. Yes, we have to do more. But I also think, someone who I know floats in these circles and has for years, talked about the why this occurs and where the distrust comes from. And one of the comments I got, and it always kind of struck me, was sins of the father, and effectively paying now for those who preceded us, and maybe some decisions and conversations and disagreements over the years. And I think that strikes me especially. So my dad wasn't around when I was growing up, and the idea of I wasn't here before, right? And so whatever happened before, whoever those people were, they're not here anymore. And so I think we have to find that way to move forward. I know we have a lot of soups here who need their time, but I think they are all on board with trying to move that forward. As I don't know what that all was, and whatever that was, you can focus all that history on me, and I will just tell you, I am truly and deeply sorry for whatever that was. But we have to be able to move past it. So if you would imagine in my hand an olive branch the size of the state of Nevada, I am placing that right here because our kids need it. And I will stop talking. I am so sorry I went so long, but thank you so much for your time. I will take any questions and then be happy to move on to next district.
Thank you for that very passionate presentation. There was a lot in there to unpack. We have a number of questions. I am going to start with Speaker Yeager, and then I'll make my way around.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here today. And I think you're right. That presentation, I think, sets the table for us. And, I think no matter what side of the dais we're on, we're all interested in trying to make sure that we have students who are graduating and prepared to enter the workforce or life in whatever manner that may be. I think the point of this sort of hearing really was to talk about, what is the vision? How do we get there? So I appreciated your presentation that there are some tough decisions to be made, right? The funding is not enough to correct everything, but as you noted, the funding is rather substantial, at least compared to what it's been in the last decade. So, understanding you've got some challenges on the staffing side, I guess, I just had really maybe one more specific question, because you talked about opportunity costs, which I certainly understand that. You've got the staffing side, you've got the programmatic side, it sounded to me, and I just kind of wanted to get confirmation on one of your slides when you talked about, I think it was about the 10 million per year, and then, yeah, this one here where you backed out the 5.5 million. So the ESSER funded positions are listed at 3.3. So at this point, is it your intent to use some of the funding to keep those folks on, to keep those ESSER program folks on? And if you could maybe just speak to the effectiveness of those programs, because I think that's sort of what we want to hear too. What are the programs that are working, and can some of this money be used to continue those programs?
Thank you, Speaker Yeager. Yeah, so the absolute intent at this point, so the social workers in a lot of these English learner staff, they existed before ESSER, and so they were both funded by different state grants, and then going into COVID and really the PCFP, things just changed. And knowing the concerns for our students in not only English learners, but with the mental health concerns and with the parental engagement concerns, it was considered incredibly important to keep the social workers on as well, that entire group staffed. And we would certainly expect to move that forward. The academic interventionists were a complete new ad, and it was unfortunate in the first year we weren't able to staff them as well. This year has been a little bit better. I will say that the feedback I'm getting from my principals is that they are very happy with that support that they can offer students. I think where and I don't have specific like test data saying that, it's more anecdotal that they definitely want those positions back next year. They believe they're making a difference. But I think the clear need that the unexpected impact of the behavior side and just the mental health side has not maybe made it as, I think if we lived in a world of 2019, 2018, having the academic interventionists by themselves would have been amazing without question. But that mental health behavior side, so I think that's something else that we have to focus on, and that maybe that's something where we would use ESSER funds here in the near future. But if we can get that in a better place, I think that only amplifies the importance and the help of those academic interventionists.
And just one follow-up, if I could, Madam Chair. Realizing this is the start of hopefully a long-term conversation with all the districts. I mean, I have a lot of specific questions. I don't know that, one, we don't have time to cover all of them, and I think some of these decisions are still remaining to be made. But I was interested, you talked a little bit on your needs, wants, and priorities slide. I think it was the first one. Yes, that one there. The intensive literacy, numeracy support K through 3. So could you just talk to me about, is that simply getting more positions, or are there certain programs that could be implemented? And obviously, that happens to all of us, don't worry.
Sorry.
No, it happens all the time. I'm just kind of, obviously literacy is a big deal, right? And so just if you could talk to me a little bit about what your vision for that is. It bringing more professionals, or are there different kinds of programming, tutoring? Like, where could some of these funds be used to improve there?
So, thank you, Speaker Yeager. Andrew Feeling for the record. So, I think it's a little bit of both. I mean, there has been a lot of research that has come out recently about different ideas for how to, especially at those levels, improve literacy. And I haven't seen as much on numeracy and math, but that's something clearly is a concern as well. But looking at kind of different ways to do tutoring and offer support, and it's not necessarily certified staff, it's classified staff, but it's trained classified staff. And that is something as a district that I will own. We have not done a good job at providing training for classified staff to on all levels to work with students, but training them in a certain way to engage with kids and understand how to support literacy and pulling them out in short bursts and working with them on a regular basis. So I think that is more, it's a little bit of people. We might need to hire some people to do that. It's a little bit of programming change. It's a little bit of training, but all within that, we think that would potentially offer benefit.
Thank you. Next up, we have Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I had a couple of questions. So I was looking at your data where you said it's 40%, 46% Latino descent, and then your teacher ratio of ELL teachers. And I don't see any data that's associated with I guess more so what's happening in the schools. Because when I think about money, money should be tied to achievement, academic achievement, at least some slide that says, hey, here's what we have as, approaching standards or, meeting standards, so we can see the interplay of how the dollars are functioning. And I didn't see that information. I understand that this is a high population, but I'm wondering, how are you serving these children with these dollars?
Thank you, Senator Neal. Just for clarification, talking about English learners specifically, or just in general?
Well, if you have a 46% population of Latino descent, I'm assuming that second language is a high priority. And if that slide is correct, it doesn't have a page number on the staffing where you have, is ELL? Oh, okay. All right. So
I think I can, sorry,
Okay.
I apologize. I think I can answer that. So Carson City School District back in 2014 I think recognizing that the demographics are changing, made an effort to increase the ratios for teacher and paraprofessional support for students that were English learners. And so as a baseline in every school, we have an English learner teacher and an English learner parapro. As those numbers start to increase, up at about 100 to 1, we'll add a teacher, add a parapro. And so that is kind of the base model across all of our schools. I will say that, and I don't have that specific data. I know historically we have done very well. We have actually, I believe, spent more per student on English learners than is the state average, significantly more actually, because of some issues we had back in 2014. And so we have had great success with our program in terms of getting kids from, and I think of it, I know it as like level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like getting kids out of those first 3 levels into the 4 and 5s and getting them where they're just under monitoring. I do know that during COVID, that has taken a bit of a hit. And so that is certainly something that we need to focus more on. And clearly, like these ratios, again, these are APA ratios. I would love to have 7.6 teachers. That would that'd be a ratio of like 30 EL kids to 1 student, or 30 EL students to 1 teacher. I'm sorry. But that's not clear where we are right now. But we have been fairly successful in the past in moving those students.
Madam Chair, follow-up. So let me ask this differently. So the way I interpreted the data, when you don't have, let me start with this. I'm assuming that cultural competency of teachers is an issue, right? When you have that large number of students that are speaking a different language. 2, the second assumption that I'm making is that your Title I schools, or the statement that your Title I schools will always be there, is that the majority of your population may be heavy Latino. That's the second assumption I'm making, and you can correct these things. And so the idea or the question that came up was, how are those students performing with the dollars that have been attached to those students? Can you give data that shows, at least be able to compare 2019 to in latter part of 2022 to show what is going on with these students academically, so that we can see that the dollars, the interventions, even though that's in your needs and wants list, the tutoring, the professional development dollars are all working towards the goal of moving those students forward. Does that make sense?
That totally makes sense, and so I thank you for the clarification. And I don't have that data broken down by sub-pop in the way that you are specifically asking for, and I think would be meaningful. That is a really good question. we certainly do break it down that way. I don't have it. And I would say, so what I know is that, for example, our proficiency in ELA and math is down somewhere between 3 and 5%, from whatever the highest point was in the last 5 years. So I would say across the board, everyone has been impacted, and I would very much assume that those subpopulations of students are probably of greater impact and greater need of support. But I don't have the specific data. I apologize.
Okay, thanks for that. Madam Chair, just a final question. So on the slide, you list your ESSER-funded positions, but I don't see ESSER-funded expenditures that may have come into this budget. And I guess I'm interested because there was ESSER 1, there was ESSER 2, and there was ESSER 3. And so the funding of positions, that matters, but there were also other dollars that were received. Do you know how much falls into other categories that were not for funded positions?
Thank you, and feeling for the record. So most of the way we use our funds was for staffing. Some of it was for technology, providing kind of this larger expanse of one-to-one devices, and otherwise technology kind of refresh. Some of it has been spent not exactly in benefited positions, but in hiring incentives, retention incentives, recruitment incentives, trying to fill positions and keep people in positions. Some of it was spent early on with ESSER 1 in particular, trying to make our nurses' offices have better ventilation. That was, I can't remember if it's positive or negative what the term is, but you're trying to make airflow a certain way because we didn't have that. So lots and lots of COVID-related supplies, those sorts of things. But in terms of anything related to staffing, it's been the academic side of things. It has not been like additional nursing staff or additional other items. I'm trying to think of anything else specifically that I can't think of anything else right now.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next up, we have Assemblywoman Hodeggy.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And I had a couple of questions, but you've answered them in the presentations. But my questions are going to be consistent for every district. And so I know that for me, the things I want to know is, how many teachers do you have, teachers and support staff? What's the starting wage of these teachers and support staff? And how much of this new funding that you're getting is going to be used for teacher raises? I know that on this slide, you're showing fiscal year 2024, it's 10.7 million more than what you've received, right, in the previous fiscal year. But overall, for the 24-25 biennium compared to the 22-23 biennium, you're getting $21.5 million more. And so over the fiscal year 24 and then fiscal year 25. And so I want to know what percentage of that you plan to use for not just teacher but support staff as well raises.
So I am not familiar with the $21 million.
So I'm showing from numbers that I have that in 2023 biennium, that your overall total funding was about 143.8 million. And then what your total funding is going to be for the 24-25 is 165.5 million.
I think those numbers, so my level, I don't have over $100 million of funding. So I think that might, so I'll just offer this, and it gets confusing with, sometimes Carson City is put at the top of lists, and sometimes, because back in the day, we used to be called Ormsby County, we get put lower in the list, around Nye County, and sometimes numbers don't end up kind of going in places. And so I wonder, but even then, we're not Nye County. I'm not sure that number doesn't seem exactly right for us. Sorry. I could certainly look at that and get back to you.
Yeah, no, it's okay. Then just an easier way to ask it, of your new total funding, so this is just showing new funding for fiscal year 24. So if you take your new funding for fiscal year 24 and your new funding for fiscal year 25, what percentage of that, like how are you guys determining what percentage of that you're going to use for teacher and support staff raises? Because, in order to meet the needs, like we have to have the people there. You talked about that in your presentation, and the way we're going to get them there is, with that increase.
Yeah, 100%. So, just based off what you see here, so if I am going to pay PERS and I'm going to pay that little health insurance increase and I'm going to keep all those ESSER funded positions, and we do want, I think, to keep those academic interventionist positions, then I have $5.2 million left. And what that translates into is somewhere less than a 10% increase, because a 10% increase is 7.6 million. So in the next year, I'm expecting 2.4 million. So that 10.7 comes from this slide. I'm expecting 2.4 million for 2025. So that would certainly help add to that percentage increase. You could do an increase in the second year for sure. That would probably be around a 2%, a little less than a 2% increase potentially. But again, that is increasing wages, but then it's doing nothing else towards adequacy for providing the services that we need to be doing. That state's asking, which is it's that hard question we're trying to figure out. And we haven't determined what we're going to do yet. We're in the middle of negotiations right now, and our board, we really haven't known about these numbers that long, and it just takes time for us to get through these conversations internally and with our board as to what direction we're going to go.
Assemblywoman, do you have a follow-up? No, okay, I'm going to wait. You're going to wait? Okay. Then we'll go to Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for being here on a Saturday to present this information. My question has to do with very specific trainings. So I'm wondering how much training and/or money is used for training around restorative justice, progressive discipline plans, and SEL programs, and in particular that training that is at the site base, not at the district base, but instead at the site base with the teachers as well as administrators and other licensed professionals and support staff.
Thank you. Andrew Feeling for the record. I do not, so we're a smaller district a little bit. I do not believe there is any site-based or site-led training on that. And I couldn't put a specific dollar amount to what we have done at the district level. We have had trainings during at beginning of the year, ongoing during the year with principals meetings. We have separate meetings for anyone related, kind of more like deans and vice principals that do some more of the discipline and the behavior side, because they're kind of on the front lines of trying to make that all happen. And that is a monthly meeting and training that goes on. But I wouldn't have any specific dollar amount to put to that.
So just to make sure I've got this straight, it's the administrators and the deans that are receiving it, not the classroom teachers that are receiving these trainings, with the exception of the before school professional development days? Is that what I'm understanding you say?
What? So our individual school sites are doing their own trainings. We don't necessarily dictate what the schools are doing. I think there is an expectation that you have administrators training on this so that they will be able to bring that down to their individual staff and teachers and how to implement these things in terms of behavior and discipline. But it's not something that is flowing from the district level. It's at that site level.
Thank you, Chair, and I just want to state that I hope that discipline is actually something discussed, because I just had a meeting with 5 of your middle schoolers this week, and they were wonderful, and they were kind, and they were concerned, because they did not feel that their voices were being heard. So the expectation might be there, but I don't feel that based upon both the students as well as other educators that I've spoken with, that it is not coming down from the district the way that it should. So if that could also be discussed with your plans for next year, that'd be wonderful. Thank you, Chair, for that levity.
Thank you. Next up.
I want to clarify, yeah.
Okay, we'll go back to Assemblywoman Hadidi.
Okay, I think I wasn't explaining myself correctly. So the way I calculated it was, you're getting 10.7 in 2024, but then you're also getting that 10.7 again in 25 with the additional, right? With the additional, if you go to that forward screen. So that's how I came up with the 21. So you're getting that 10.7 in 24, but then you're not just getting that 3.6 million in 25. You're getting that on top of the 10.7, because that 10.7 carries forward.
Yeah.
So it's 21 million. It's
I got
still
you
20
now.
So it's not.
I get it.
Okay.
So, and I guess just let me clarify that. So let's say that kind of regardless of what I have up here, let's just say I have $10.7 million for next year. And yes, it will carry. So if with $10.7 million, I could do about, let's say a 14% salary increase for all of my people. And that's everybody. So if I do a 14% salary increase next year, that will eat up the entire $10.7 million. But a 14% salary increase is then there forever. So when that carries over into the next year, that's still going to cost me $10.7 million plus whatever else we do on top of that. So while I think the point being that 10.7 million I get this year, it carries next year, but it's not additional next year. Once I make my salaries increase to eat up that cost stays forever. It's not going to be additional. What is additional is that 2.2. And then if I have an extra 2.2 million, then I could maybe do another 2% on top of that or something along those lines. But that's that's what's hard. Like I have to pay the PERS, I have to pay the health insurance, I have these other positions that we want to keep. I have the potentially other positions that we're looking at. And so again, it's that balance of what can we incur and carry forward. Thank you.
Okay. Assemblywoman Bacchus.
Thank you so much, Chair, and thank you, Superintendent, for your presentation. I really did like the graph and the changes of money going in. I was able to follow where I was in the 80s, and so I was in early 80s in elementary school and had a really tremendous education, so I appreciate that. My question followed, and you said something during your presentation that at one point, and maybe it was post-COVID in recent years, when everybody was having difficulties hiring, that you had vacancies and were only able to fill 30%. I wasn't sure if I had heard you correctly, but my question is going to follow along with teacher vacancies. And I don't know if you do have the amount or percentage of vacancies that you have right now for your educators, but I'm curious what that is and what you're able to do to recruit and any retention strategies that you have found that are successful.
Thank you for the question and your feeling for the record. We currently have 39 total vacancies in the district. 26 of them are teaching. I would say half, a little more than half, maybe special education. That is an incredibly difficult area to find people. Strategies, I would say it has been kind of a new world in terms of historically how we have approached hiring and attracting and trying to utilize all of this technology and all of the available platforms. That is not something we had previously done. We never really had to worry about it so much. We would post positions and, 5-7 years ago, we would generally get applications, but it was fewer and fewer and fewer applications. Like this has been going on for some time. But I think, I know I'm stealing this from someone, I don't know who, so I'm just going to take credit for it, that retention is the new attraction, right? Like the people you have, like I have some amazing folks in Carson City, and like me, they're not all perfect, but we can support them. And really, we're trying to do a lot with Grow Your Own. We're offering this program now. If you're looking to come in as an ARL teacher, Alternative Routes to Licensure teacher, we are now going to be paying for you to go through this program called iTeach so that you can receive your licensure. We're trying to be, I guess we're trying to get really active with how we can support people locally getting into education. I think that local piece, that has always been a focus, I think more so on the classified side, but we didn't really think about it as much on the certified side. And I think we really need to, in starting to support people to move in those pathways that are already in our communities, especially if they're already affording some of the costs of living in our communities.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Assemblywoman Peters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking at your wages slide. Oh my goodness, where did it go? And we have on there, thank you, teachers, custodians, cook, special education professionals, bus drivers, but there's not administrators on this list. And there are some significant questions regarding administrator pay and what those trends are looking like as we're talking about teachers and support staff pay, and wondering if you have comments, but also could provide that data.
Yeah, I could certainly get that to you. So I guess first of all, the intent of this slide and the reason that those wages aren't here is I was focusing on those ones we're really having the hardest times to fill and that are challenged to fill, I should say. So for teacher wages, so in Carson City School District, so deans are considered administrators. I know in some other districts they're not, but those wages generally will start in the low 70s, I think maybe even high 60s. I can't remember exactly, but then from there, vice principal. And then principals at different schooling levels, you'll start seeing those increases. So like the principal of Carson High School, if you're topped out, you're at $139,000 a year. My associate superintendents they're at 139. I think Carson High School tops out at like 134,000 a year for salaries. So I guess that's kind of the range, but clearly, not included here because we haven't had trouble filling those positions.
I think, Mike, I'd like to see if you could give us some like historical data, like where are we seeing and when have we seen increases for both teachers and administrators? I'd be interested in that as well. If you could follow up with us on some numbers for that.
Sure. And if I could, I would just say, so historically, Carson City School District, I believe going back to, at this point, the early 2000s, whatever the increase was for classified staff was the same for certified staff, was the same for school administrative staff, or just administrative staff in general. So like if there was a 2%, it was a 2% for everybody. And again, I go back, we've had really good relationships with our bargaining units, so that I think has helped that as much as possible. I know that before then there were some differences, but in general, they have been fairly similar, but I could certainly provide that data for you.
That helps because I'm looking at your 0% wage increase and with the teachers and the support staff, but not for administrators. So it's nice to get that clarified that they were also on that. Confirmed that they were also on that 0 wage increase list. And then, Madam Chair, I have one more question that's a follow. Thank you so much. So you mentioned and have talked a little bit about the concern of spending the ESSER dollars and on recruiting behavioral health specialists in particular. And I think that speaker had mentioned, what are we doing? What are you doing to address that giant gap of need right now? And where are some of the limitations? I think that's a broader question. I'm specifically concerned about the higher level behavioral health specialists, psychiatrists, psychologists. Do you guys, what are your gaps in those higher level healthcare providers, and how you fund them and retain them?
So it is getting harder and harder to find those people. And the kind of most recent example, we have had a position posted for a single licensed clinical social worker for over 2 years that we just cannot find to provide. Because our regular social workers, as I understand it, they can, I think, work with students. There's a limit to how much they can work with students before they have to pass them off, and we cannot find those people. One of the things that's really important, I think, for all of you to know is that the superintendents are a very tight group that offer a lot of support to each other. And so there's something that I know Clark and Washoe, and I think Humboldt and Lincoln, maybe not Humboldt, but Lincoln has started using, called Care Solace, which is a group to basically put students and staff in need of mental health support on a path to not only find someone, but kind of get their hand held through the entire process. My understanding is most things related to mental health, it's a 60 phone calls to get to where you need to be. And so this is supposed to kind of help you through that process. I know we have a psychologist position, 2 psychologist positions that we have not been able to fill. The reality, I'm tired of hearing this, but like the mental health desert, like it's real, right? That support is a real problem for us. And so trying to go online to find some help with that is significant for us. But finding those positions, I mean, it's just like special education teachers. Like they are absolutely incredibly difficult to come by. And so this is kind of a new area for us where we're just really struggling. As well, like for us, we would send kids who really needed extra support to some places in Washoe County that previously offered it, and some of those places have now shut down. So the places, the providers for the really intensive services especially, they just don't exist as they used to.
So it's we've directed funding towards this issue, right? And that has been allocated out to the districts in a variety of ways. So it's not a pay issue, right? Like, have we met maybe that when we generally underpay, right? The school districts, the state, any public entities just generally underpay to commercial value. But we realize that this is a huge desert. We put dollars to it, and we're hearing that those dollars are coming back unspent. I don't know right in front of me what it is your pay range is for these folks, but everybody has a dollar value, right? Like, and we've put the money there. What is the barrier to getting to a competitive salary range where we're able to bring these healthcare providers in? Because it's hard for me to believe, we are in a desert, we really are. But there are people who are desperate to work with kiddos. There are people who really desire to be doing this work. And if we're not able to recruit them, even throwing money at it, then I don't know, what's the solution. So tell me a little bit about what you've been doing in that area of addressing our maybe cost barriers. I just don't think that.
Yeah. So thank you for the question. So I think, ultimately, many of these positions have, if they're district positions, they're a part of our negotiations process. So if you're like a psychologist in the district, you're getting extra days on your contract. You're getting an extra percentage on top of what normal teachers would normally with their level of experience and education. So that is in place, trying to attract them. I think the reality is how we have adjusted, because we have not gone down the path of looking to make really significant adjustments to the pay for those types of positions. We have gone to contractors as much as possible to a great extent, and that is not cheap. And the example I would use with the lack of special education staff, 6 years ago, I think we were paying about $900,000 a year in contractors related to special education, which some of that will be related to behavioral issues. We are now, I think this year, going to be spending about $2.2 million just 5-6 years later. And we don't have the staff on site, we don't have the people, and we're struggling to find more resources for more significant needs for kids.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Kasama?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for this really great overview and presentation. I think it gives a real good picture for, frankly, all of our school districts and that. But I have two questions. One, you had mentioned earlier that kind of we'd like to have a start, and there's been issues of distrust. And so this is my first year on the Committee for Ways and Means. I do come from a financial background, but I would like a big picture understanding of what does that mean? Does that mean forced accountability from the feds? Does that mean money has been sent to districts that has been misspent? What is the big picture there with that comment, if you could?
I think it's a little bit of all of that. Ultimately, the federal government has decided what, in large extent, to a great extent, what accountability should look like for schools. It's about tests and this idea that if it matters, it can be measured, which a lot of people take that as gospel, and I would argue that is not the case, especially in something as complex as education. And I think, though, so you go back to 1983 and you have a Nation at Risk report that comes out saying that schools are failing horribly. And I think many people would argue that that was a very flawed report in a lot of ways, but it kind of started this path towards looking at why are our schools failing? Look at these test scores. Why are our schools failing? And I think no one kind of took a step back to say, well, do test scores tell you everything about schools? Like, what is the intent of test scores? Were test scores meant to be an accountability measure, or were they meant to be a data point to help us inform what we do? And those are two very, very different things. And so, but if everyone perceives schools are failing, and I'm not saying school districts are perfect, clearly, like we all know we can improve, and I can improve, in what I do. But when you go down that path where all you hear is that public schools are failing, public schools are failing, public schools are failing, I think it puts that mindset to look at, where is it failing? Where are the problems? Where is it failing? And then we've kind of lost focus on, but there's all these other amazing things happening that, we had said this amazing band, it's called Bandorama performance, and where we had Choir Palooza. If you're into music, those might mean something to you, where every single kid in our district gets together that's in choir and performs. And it's this amazing evening. And band, same thing. Like there are these other things that do matter for our kids, and I think many of our other superintendents can speak to that. But I think until how we hold schools accountable is fixed, how we perceive success in schools is fixed, if it is based on a test score, it is a self-defeating spiral that we will never be successful if that is the only thing we care about. Like, you will perceive school districts to be failing forever. It's a really long discussion and deep discussion. I'm sorry, if I went off the deep end with that, but.
That's fine. I just kind of wanted an overview. And then my second question, that your very famous slide here on the staffing projected costs of fiscal year '24, where you've got the base is the 5.5 million, and then the remainder is how you're going to allocate to the remaining staff. My question is, when I look at the PERS contribution, which is about a third of kind of your upfront half costs, and I guess my question, this would be for all of the superintendents as well, is that, a third is a large cost, and this is being fully funded for the staff. None of it is a deduction from the staff, correct? So,
yeah, the way it's laid out.
So fully funded. And you have to be, 30 years at the school district before you get your full retirement, something like that. And has there been a discussion that having that will only continue to increase, I see, because you have less teachers and more people retiring. So this is going to continue to be a problem. This will be 40% soon.
Yes.
Of a base salary. And has there been discussion on the big picture that should more of that money go into the net paycheck of teachers while they're teaching, while they're young, while they have households that they need to support, versus more of the funding ending up at the end when they're retired? And it's a big picture conversation. Are the superintendents having that amongst themselves with recommendations?
I don't think we have not had a significant conversation around that, but you have touched on a really kind of big picture, take a step back view of what we're doing. And again, PERS isn't paying for a lot of these things that people have in their everyday life right now. It's a great benefit years from now. But the reality of trying to attract and retain people, given the circumstances of our world, I know there have been bills in the past that I've done fiscal notes on, looking at adjusting, or like going forward, changing. I can't remember if it like takes people out of PERS or it changes the contributions that are going in. I know it has come up before, but I've never really heard a much larger discussion about it, and I know we have not had one.
I mean, I just look at that, if that number was 20% and that difference went directly into a net paycheck, what a difference that would
So
be.
before the recession, that was 18%. And what's important about that is dollar for dollar then for people's salaries. So if that number went back to 18%, whatever that dollar amount that is left, that could go right back into salaries. And that is a huge, huge difference.
That's a big bump.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Senator Dunderloot.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm an elementary school teacher, so I don't want a long dissertation. I just kind of want, the cliff notes.
Okay.
Like, how much do you get a year? How much is spent on teachers? How many teachers are you short? I want those things. But, and I just have to go back to something you said, and I just want some clarification. When you said you were handing out the olive branch and for the sins of the predecessors before you, I would suggest maybe some of those predecessors could be in this room, maybe not. And for someone who has an article in my office that was printed in the Gazette Journal before I was born, that says we're still talking about funding in 1947, I think everybody, and especially in education, does what they think is best. I don't think anybody has ever, your predecessor, the predecessors in every county in this state, I think everybody has done what they thought was best. So I guess, instead of doing the history lesson, because Ormsby County hasn't been Ormsby County since like 1970 or something, so we don't need to go back. We need to move forward. So for me, I just sort of want, what are we going to do to make mental health better? What are we going to do to get more teachers engaged? How are we going to encourage nonprofits to come into Carson City? How are we going to do those things? I don't want the history lesson, because I don't think anybody, and including my dear departed father, who thought the right thing, I'm sure, was many things in Clark County. I just want to know how we're moving forward. So if you can give me the, 3-minute or less answer, and less would be better, on what we are, because when you're a teacher, you only have so many hours to do it, and that's kind of where we're at. So if you can just give me how we're going to move forward and how we're going to make this work, and if you have any ESSER dollars left, I would be interested to know. Thank you.
We definitely have, thank you, Senator Interfielding, for the record. We definitely have ESSER dollars left. the issue with them then is the fiscal cliff, right? They're going to go away. So what can we do in the near term with wage increases to try to bring people in to provide some of these services for our students? I think the reality is that where we are with this funding, hopefully we can do something with wages, and hopefully we can do something to meet some of these other needs that we have. I think in the long term, we have to build more robust relationships with community partners that can offer some of these services. I know some of them are struggling in terms of how we can maybe share services or utilize each other, because I think the reality is it's just getting harder and harder to find these people. So that is not an answer. That is clearly a problem that we have to find a solution to. And if we are not utilizing our dollars to do what we can to attract people into these positions and not utilizing the resources around us, we are going to fail.
Thank you.
So we have 5 more members with questions, so I'm going to ask that the answers be pretty concise. I have Assemblyman Miller, who will be followed by Senator Severs-Gansert, Assemblywoman Brown May, Senator Titus, and we'll end with Senator Gokachia.
Thank you, Chair. I'm curious to know a couple of questions, and I'm probably going to ask similar questions to each district. But I noticed on your presentation here, under your student count, you have the 7,200 students. You specifically identify 12% as English learners. I'm curious to know what's the other percentage for like your GATE program and your at-risk population as it relates to the weights.
Thank you, and feeling for the record. So our GATE, I wish I had these numbers. So our population, I believe, we have a really robust GATE program. We have kids that we recognize as gifted and talented, which I believe is close to 12. It's a little, about 12% of our population actually similar to this. However, the state does not recognize that because we have kind of a broader gauge for how if we identify them. So the state actually doesn't pay us for them, but we provide services to them. The state number is about half that, so it's about 6% of our student population. For at risk, so previously it was free and reduced lunch, right? And so I don't know how much you've gotten into this discussion of the infinite campus like generated number that through magic I don't understand exists in the world. That if I had the formula for it, I don't know exactly what the number is. I would say it's around like 300 students, but I don't know exactly. And it's different between every district because it's looking at the whole state and all the students.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we can follow up and get that information.
Sure.
So I'm curious, though. I love that you have a broader definition for GATE in that you all provide services or benefits to empower those students, even though the state may not recognize them that way. So my question is now going to pretty much shift to the at-risk population, where we know we've gone from this large population of at-risk students based on the FRL projection to the new formula, which significantly reduces it. Mm-hmm. And I'm curious to know, do you feel that all of your at-risk students are captured in the new funding?
So if at-risk is defined as at risk of not graduating high school, right? And we're looking at that K through 12. I would say that there are kids that are not being identified one way or another. I don't know how there couldn't be. And so I think trying to, as much as districts can, to broaden that support beyond the numbers that they know and that maybe are defined and they can see, it would make sense in terms of, look, there's always going to be some miss on these sorts of things. And so if you broaden it a little bit, at least hopefully would capture some. And that's sort of something I think, mean, I think I have amazing people who try to provide those kind of services to all their kids, but I think it's something that once we refine what this number is, I think it'll help us kind of decide, are we doing that or not? And I don't know that we are right now, because I don't know that I entirely understand that number just yet, if that makes sense.
Thank you. So let me ask, do you have a plan to support those students that fall in the donut hole of being severely at risk to on the cusp of being at risk, similar to what you do to provide, to help the GATE students?
I think that's more defined. You may have heard, I hate in education when you have all these crazy terms. You may have heard of multi-tiered systems of supports. And that is something that is continuing to build within our school district, and what we are trying to offer both on the academic side and on the behavioral side in terms of the support kids need kind of just in the initial stages, and maybe it's more severe, and maybe it's really severe, and there's real significant needs. And I would say we are not where we need to be, but that is something we are intently focused on at this point, because we know, and I think the behavioral side has really kind of set that tone that not only do we need that on the behavioral side, but the academic side, clearly there's more we can do to support that. So we're getting there, but we're not where we need to be yet.
Okay, thank you. I'll wrap up right here, Chair. There are a multitude of reasons that are not behavior that a student may be at risk of not graduating. So I would really want us to consider and look at all of those factors when we consider what an at-risk student is and what they need to be successful and significantly, and make sure that we are, and this is for everyone, make sure that whether the district, or whether the state funding formula includes a specific at-risk population, that we know that there are likely more students than that, and we need to figure out the best way possible to make sure that we're supporting and getting those students to graduation status. So thank you. Thank you, Chair, for the time.
Thank you. Senator Ganter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm going to express something that I think some of my colleagues are feeling. We've been here for about an hour and a half, and it's really frustrating because we asked for some things. We wanted to know what you're going to do with the money, the new money, like if you had a plan, and how you're going to help increase performance. I think those are the key things that we're interested in. And my background is engineering, so I always look at numbers. And when I took at first glance the numbers that had administration versus individuals in the classroom, it's almost 2 to 1. And then when you went over the numbers as far as what the salaries are, it's almost 2 to 1. So your top salary for teachers is around $73,000, but your administrators are like 134, 139 or so. So those are things that I observed. And then kind of circling back to wanting to know what your plan is. That's why you're here today. We want to know what the plan is for this money and how you're going to move the needle. Your general fund in Carson is going up about 14.5%, which is substantial. You gave us a list of some ways that it could be spent or would be spent. And then you talked a little bit about test scores, and test scores don't reflect everything, and I totally get that. They don't reflect everything, but this is what I'd like to see. I want to know a little bit more about your employees. Administration versus direct support services. So you've got counselors, you have nurses, you have speech therapists, and then you have teachers. So who's actually working and helping with the kids, and then who's just plain admin, and what their salary ranges are. And then I do want a dashboard. I would really like a dashboard, a simple dashboard. I remember last year, Joan Ebert was talking about, or not last year, last session, literacy rates, and there were about 114,000 kids from memory of a little less than 500,000. So that's about 20% who aren't literate in this state. And I think everyone recognizes it starts early, and that read by 3rd grade and the NAEP scores at 4th grade, we converged with a national average in 2019, and now we're not there. And I understand we've had COVID, but we need to use some of this money to recoup. So simple dashboard. Where are we on the NAEP scores for reading, math, and science? I know we get them for 4th, 7th, and 11th grade, but those types of dashboards would be helpful. So now you've got the money. I think it's imperative that everyone comes up with a specific plan and how they're going to implement it and how they're going to move the numbers. And at the same time, we're all extremely concerned about you being able to fill positions for direct student support, teachers, your nurses, your counselors, and how are you going to move the needle on that? So plans and data dashboards on what your outcomes are now and what your goals are and how you're going to achieve those goals. So I don't know, so that I have a question, but that's what my expectation was from today. And you're the first county, and we're over an hour and a half. So thank you, other school districts too, if you can get back to us with that type of information.
Thank you, Senator Gansert. Don't think there was a question, but a statement for everyone. The one thing you did not hit in your presentation is your teacher to student ratio in the classroom, your classroom sizes, and what are you doing to address that and to bring that down as well?
So thank you, Andrew Fielding, for the record. At the elementary level, we are on the alternative class size reduction plan, which forces us to keep our class sizes below a certain place for kindergarten through 5th grade, which is not the same as Clark and Washoe. Clark and Washoe don't qualify for that. So at the elementary level, we kindergarten is standard 25, 1st, 2nd, 3rd is 22, and 4th and 5th grade is 25. And we generally stay under those ratios. So at the elementary level, we are in a good place. It grows at the middle school level. It grows at the high school level. We have done fairly well at the high school level. However, if you recall, if you were here last session, Data Insight Partners had done a study looking at trying to get every ratio basically under 25 across the board. It was 3,000 additional teachers to do that. We would certainly like to get down below 25 for all of our high school level classrooms. I couldn't tell you exactly how many teachers I would need to get there, but it may be that 26. I don't think it's quite that many.
So you said you've done well at the high school level, and it's about 26 students per teacher? What was
Sorry,
that?
at the elementary level, we're generally like in the 18 to 24 range, I would say. At the high school level, I think we're at our average is like 28 to 20, or about 28, I believe.
And that number would come down if you're able to hire more educators to be in the classroom?
Correct, yes.
Okay. All right, we're going to go to the next person on our list, Assemblywoman Brown-May.
Thank you, Chair. Like my colleagues, this is probably going to be my question for the duration of the day. It's really relative to our special education students and how we're able to meet the needs. In your presentation in particular, you noted that out of your 7,200 students, 14% of your population are special education students. According to my math, that equates to 1,008 students. They obviously all have different varying needs, so I'm curious to know if you would provide a plan relative to the number of vacancies that you have for special education teachers. You've noted that special education paraprofessionals are difficult to hire and one of your highest vacancy rates. Do you have a plan to invest in special education to meet the needs for those students? I realize you probably don't have that today, so I don't want to waste a lot of time, but I would really like it if you would follow up relative to that because we have such a high need there.
Are you done?
I'm sorry, I apologize. I thought that was more of a statement than a response. So we could certainly do that. And back to the, Senator Seaver Ganser's question, one of the complicating factors for us just within this, and I understand the desire, we are in the middle of negotiations right now. And so I've kind of laid out every card here in terms of funding that we have available. And so it's kind of an awkward place for me to be with that. But without knowing the outcome of that, it's hard to know exactly what we can do. Like I can set together a plan of what to do, and some of that might include special education, what we want to do to try to attract people. But it's kind of an awkward spot because we don't know where that's going to end up just yet. But it's clearly a concern.
Thank you very much. We will go to Senator Titus.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and Vice Chair for today, I guess. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate all the rural administrators and superintendents being here today. It's a travel and a ask for you to be here, but as you can see from our questions, it's important to us as a body. I know we spent an hour and 45 minutes on one rural county. We have 15 rural counties, so hopefully some of these questions you'll be prepared for, and we can kind of narrow some of this down. I have a vested interest in the outcomes here. I have grandkids grandkids in 4 different counties, and I represent 6 different rural counties. My specific question is ratio of administrators to staffing and how that has changed, and you may not have all that data for me, but we know that the administrators, as one of my colleagues have said, do make a considerable amount of more money than what the teachers do. And so looking at those ratios just for Carson, doing a quick math, if you just look at certified staff and 48 school administrators, that's a 10-to-1 ratio. If you look at all your employees, it's an 18-to-1 ratio. And if you look at administrative staff to kids, it's 150 to 150 kids per administrative staff. And I'm just wondering, in my day growing up in Smith Valley, we had 1 administrator for the kids, and that was it, and a secretary. So just wondering if you could give us what that looks like over a period of time. And I know you went first just based on the alphabet, not by your choice. So you have gotten these questions. So based on that and their salaries, I think, is that historically what that ratio has looked like? And you may not know that. And if you do, great. If you don't, could you get that to us? Because again, there's a big salary disparity between your administrators and your teaching staff. And so do you have any information on that now?
We could certainly provide it. I think, again, because our salaries have increased kind of in concert over at least like the last 20 years, I would think those ratios are relatively what they have been. We did increase an administrator at each elementary school back about 10 years ago. We eliminated elementary counselors but added a vice principal, and that was due to the needs of testing and what was happening with testing and the having someone lead that was an administrator. Actually, that wasn't the only reason, but that was a part of the reason for that. Otherwise, we have not added anyone at the school administrator level that I'm aware of, at least in the last 10 years.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the question.
Thank you very much, and we'll go to Senator Gokachia.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I'll be really brief. I guess I was surprised to see that Carson City School District is 46% the majority Hispanic. But I think realistically, as we look at this, we're moving into 2nd and 3rd generation Hispanics. The demographics show they are Hispanic, but some of the best and the brightest are those students. I represent a bunch of rural schools, and again, not necessarily some of the minorities are, but we're into 2nd and 3rd generation. Are we not better off focusing rather than on weighting ELL? And I realize they are there, they're in the system, but it's a lot smaller group than say the 46%. And so we're better off, in my mind, more of a statement than a question to you, but, let's focus on Read by 3 and some of these programs, and I hate to see the demographics start slanting this. That's the first thing that jumps out at you. Okay, we're 46% Hispanic majority, so that means we've got to weight this towards ELL, and that's not the case. It's not in most of the rural districts. So thank you, Madam Chair. I really don't have a response, but I appreciate your effort.
Thank you, and I believe that was our last questions. You said a lot, but you also, there was a lot of questions asked that you didn't have the answers to. I'd like for you to get that information back to our staff so they can get it to everyone. There was the academic performances of your school district specifically. What goals you have for hiring and the retention, and especially the class size reduction. I think there's other things that can be done. I'm not an educator, don't even pretend to be one. But what are those other things we can do to bring down those class sizes? And there, as Senator Gansert had said, every superintendent knew coming in exactly what we wanted to know today. So please send those answers with questions that you didn't have an answer to our staff, and then what those performance measure goals are, and what your plans are with the dollars that you are receiving, that you have received, what you did with them, and the new money that you have coming in. Okay? Thank you so much. And with that, we will close this presentation and we'll move on to our next school district. We have Churchill County. Good morning. And believe me, you do not have to be as long as the first presenter. We don't want to be here till midnight.
Well, that's good because I can't be here till midnight. So that's good. That's good. Good morning. Summer Stevens, Superintendent of Churchill County School District. And with me today, I also have Catherine Whitaker, who's one of our board trustees and the past president of NASB, and also Jennifer Jahant, who is a classroom teacher, as well as the president of our Churchill County Education Association, really to be able to help answer the questions kind of post-presentation. So thank you, too, for being here today also. I really appreciate it. So I tried to take really copious notes as Mr. Fueling was talking to try to answer. And to be fair, we did receive a page that we're trying our best to provide the answers for. And as you know, as we present, lots more questions come up that really weren't part of that as well, and we appreciate that. So we are grateful for the time here for sure, and we'll do our best to provide answers to those new questions as they've kind of come up through the time we're going. So Churchill County happens to be a one town with a couple different unincorporated towns, but we do have the fortunate opportunity to be in one spot, and all of our schools being inside of Fallon, Nevada. So our school district is comprised of an early learning center, which at this moment has been almost completely it used to be dual funded between general fund and grant funds, but it's all grant funded at this time, so it is actually smaller than it used to be. Lahontan Elementary School, EC Best, and Numa Elementaries, our district does a grade band right now, so our K1 is in one site, our 2-3s are on one site, and our 4-5s are in one site, and then Churchill County Middle and High School, and then we also have adult education in Churchill County. So between pre-K and adult ed, we have about 3,430 as our student population. I put this next item on here because it is relevant, and it's going to go back to a lot of the things that everyone's going to talk about. We bus almost a third of our students right now, and that's only K-5 within the town limits, and then everyone else in county. So we're our K-8 in town. So we don't bus our high school kids in town, and we're actually looking at how do we increase the walking distance for all kids due to the staffing issues. So we bus a third of our kids. We only have 11 routes right now, 11, and that's not even all drivers. That's our supervisor, that's our mechanics driving. We really need 18 to 22 routes to actually bus adequately our students. So we do have some students that ride an hour and a half each way to school every day. And we have a town that is an hour away where we take kids. So that is inherent that we have 6 students who ride that van right now because we don't have enough drivers, so we utilize a van with a support staff driver. So I just think it's important to see that because we're trying our best to get people to drive, and we're utilizing every person that we can right now as drivers. We have 205 certified staff that is from classroom teacher to speech pathologist to social worker to school psychologist. So that falls in that category. 157 classified support staff that range. I know some of the questions were asked. We have 3 RNs who have a school nurse license. We have 1 RN. We have 2 health aides. One of our health aides is / the school department secretary or the office manager. So that person's doing both of those duties. We have 18 custodians. We have 5 maintenance staff. We have 1 HVAC person. We have 11 bus drivers. That's just to give you a general sense of the folks across the board. And then I recalculated, my HR person gave me 13, but we actually only have 12 administrators. And when that is included, that is 1 district director who's also the principal of the preschool and myself. So those were included in that number. Our per pupil allocation for this year was $96.48. I do think this is also extremely relevant. We currently have 31 allocated or competitive grants that we administer with very limited staffing. For example, I actually administer 11 of those grants. And when I say administer, I literally mean do the actual writing with the input, actually spend out the money and help support the final financials to get that completed. So schools are literally trying to grab every ounce of money that exists federally and statewide and use it. So moving on, one of the things that I wanted to share, and I'm not going to go over this in its entirety, but I do think it's important because I think sometimes the messaging is not clear. We work really hard as a system with our governing body, with our associations to budget money where the money is supposed to go with the money that we get. And it is about choices, but our strategic plan, our site-specific school performance plans, and now our board goals that are based on achievement data and other data, that is exactly where the money goes first. First and foremost, is always budgeted around that. That's different than the old way. The old way could have been like, we always gave this department this much money, so you're going to get that same percentage next year. We are not doing that now. Sometimes things get cut because they don't need the same supports that they used to. And sometimes things get added to other areas that didn't get as much money because of that. Also, our decisions have to be learner-centered, and they have to be based on what's best for kids, not on the adults. And that's a shift as well that we've been working really hard on. Data informed, prioritizing our funding based on the data, on outcomes and cost effectiveness. I will tell you, that work takes a lot of time, and I wish we had more personnel who could spend their days analyzing data all the time. Last year, I taught a class at our high school so that we could make sure that we offered the program to kids that we know is needed, because it's growing your own, it's creating teachers, right? We didn't have anyone else. So the fact is, I'd love to have more time to be all about data, but we're doing the best we can, and we're trying to institute platforms and programs that help spit the data out in I'm gonna call it a layperson term, because we're there as educators, and unless we were math or finance teachers, that isn't necessarily our background. So we're trying our best to really understand how that money is impacting what we're doing. That we regularly assess that we looked at our patterns of spending, and that we stop doing things that aren't working anymore, and that we start doing things that we need to do because we need them. That is the efforts that we're trying to put forward. It's hard. There's a lot of nostalgia in education, things that we love, but you know what? Sometimes they're not effective. So we need to stop doing them, but it's really hard to let go of those things. And the stakeholders are a key part of how we develop our budget. And many of them want to hang on to things that they remember from a time that doesn't exist anymore. And that's okay, but that's what we're working with. That we have equity of opportunity. In just a second, you're going to see how important that goes into the decisions we make. But that we have opportunity for every child. I know that all of you understand this idea around your zip code should not dictate the kinds of things you get. Every child should be afforded every opportunity possible. And then the long-term perspective. I would love to have a much longer-term 5-year budget. But at this moment in time, we've not been able to live in that. But that is a premise, a principle that we'd like to get to. And so we look forward to that in the future. And then being very transparent. It's super transparent. You can find out exactly how every penny is spent on everything in every school district in Nevada if you want to. Now, could we make it easier? Of course, we can make everything, try to make it easier for people to follow that. But we seek community input and awareness opportunities for the budgeting process. And we try to be very clear on how everything is funded. So I also wanted to share, I think it's important because I don't want to lose sight of what we're doing every day in schools. So these are our big strategic themes. We are working to ensure that every learner has a personalized experience. I know you asked some questions around GATE, and when you look at ours, we have 0 GATE because we don't have a program that fits the particular mold of what the state says you have to do to have GATE. I truly believe that every gifted and talented learner, because I have 2 of them myself, they can get what they need in the classroom if we are personalized and we approach learning in the way we need to. Of course, I'd love funding to go there, but the reality is it is about training, it is about support. But we want to ensure that everyone's life ready, whatever that is, that you're life ready. We want to make sure we're developing the whole person. And you'll note on here, we're not, the idea of individual and person, we know we have to provide that for our staff as well. So, we take everyone, how they come to us, and that's the big people too. Everybody has a different set of skills and talents, kids and adults in our systems. So we're working hard on that. We are working on building more partnerships through better communication and sharing our message and sharing our story of what we're doing in schools. We have to tell our story better. I think that's partly how we got here. We didn't tell our story very well. There's been amazing things going on in school, there still are, but we just assumed everybody knew that it was going great. But as soon as one thing turned into another thing, and that distrust or mistrust of what school is, we need to tell our story better. And then the last one, we have to keep growing our people, our big people, to make sure that they have what they need so that they can bring to kids what kids need. Our current board goals right now are based out of those strategic themes. It is to improve the number of students graduating. Churchill County does not have a great graduation rate. We're working on it. It's the highest it's been ever, and we're still working on how to improve that. So those are some of the things we're working on. The percent of students who meet or exceed the state proficiency targets in what we're currently held to grow that, that's our goal. And so we're working towards that because, again, we're not where we want to be. And then the last piece that we think is also just as important is making sure our kids are completing pathways to what their futures might bring, and then grow that. So the other key component, right, is the guardrails. So it's about, we're trying to really practice accountability. Holding myself accountable, the board having accountability, the teachers having accountability. But these are the things that are expected in the work we do every day, that we're not going to lower standards, that the things we're doing to help math, that our reading can't get worse, right? We have to maintain or keep growing those areas. We can't have inequitable treatment of students. So in theory, we have to continue to provide for every child, even when we're trying to provide more intensely for the students who maybe are demonstrating a more intense need. Doesn't mean someone should get less, right? That our employees are accountable, right? That we are holding folks accountable, and that we don't make decisions without the input of the stakeholders on what we have. So I think this is really important. Again, we have permission to use all of these things, but I want to show you, there are very happy kids in school. There are very successful kids in school. There are kids that are great collaborators. We are bringing programs to kids. These kids are learning how to serve the public as EMT students, right? That's an important program. The kids in the middle, we just were able to start, and some of that was from ESSER dollars, an outdoor rec, an outdoor adventure class for our high school kids. They are loving it. They're flocking to it. They're craving the ability to try some things that are different than they are. They're going snowshoeing. This is them snowshoeing at Tahoe just a couple weeks ago. We have kids in advanced chemistry. That picture there, we offer that class as AP and dual enrollment at the same time to students in our high school, so that they can take it really, so that their future is more open to them, because some colleges don't take the dual enrollment and some don't take the AP, and some of them don't do very well on the AP test, the one-day sitting, but they do really well and they earn the credit. So we're trying to provide them multiple opportunities. And then we're doing a lot of things that, are about building collaboration and teamwork skills. And our kids are doing really fun ways to learn math, because that's also important that they have fun in their learning. So the kids at the top left are soaking cookies to see how long it takes to soak different cookies through, and then they disintegrate in the milk. That's math. That's real life math, and they're doing it. But I don't want to lose sight in all of this that this is just one snapshot of one minuscule point in time in school. There's great things happening. So what we do is, and I try to take into account the kinds of questions that you asked for in those areas, we do budget around the things that are the things we're working on. The graduation rate, achievement, the career and technical education for life readiness. So I thought I would share with you where we're at right now in our budgeting. We have a thought exchange out right now to the public where it asks them two things. It asks them, what is your biggest priority as a stakeholder for our money? Because it's limited, so what do we do with it? And then we also ask them some pointed questions around, these are priorities we currently have set within those big strategic themes, or we're thinking about setting. Do you get behind these or not? Would you support us putting the money towards these efforts? Now, these aren't specific programs, but they're strategies, they're big ideas where we might put the money. So I wanted to show you some of the top ones. So related to being life ready, People want to see us continue to develop personalized competency-based learning in our system so that every child is getting what every child needs. They want to see us add math interventions because we don't have really strong math interventions and we absolutely need them. So we know that we want to put the energies towards that, but also that we have put into place some reading interventions that people want to see continue and grow. They also want to see us continue to enhance current technical education pathways for students, including work-based learning that we've been working on. And then really big in our district, and it's the number one thing here, and I don't want to lose sight of it. Our district about 12 years ago cut specials for elementary, and we call the word specials art, music, PE specifically. Those were cut. When I got to our district, my daughter asked me, when does PE start, Mom? And I said, it doesn't, like you think it does. She came from a place that she had PE every day through 8th grade. They had that. Our teachers were doing the best they could to put into place physical education, art, and music activities, and they were doing a great job, but it also was not where they could put all their energies. So it was probably slimmer than it could. But we said we want to build that back, and over the last 2.5 years, we have been building that back, and our people want to see that continue. So we know we have to fund that because our kids are getting a great deal out of music, art, and PE in elementary. And it's helping the programs. One, it's helping them as whole people, but it's also helping then bring back and revitalize the programs for art, music, and PE in the middle and high schools that was starting to wane. And we saw that happening. So those are some top ones there for being life ready. Some top themes for our folks, stakeholders at this point. It's been open about a week, so we have a little bit more time to go to develop the whole person with intentional opportunities so that they're engaged citizens. You can see here, these are the things we're working on, and they want to see us continue these priorities around physical safety, building communication tools and training, increased mental health supports for students and for staff, using specific materials for social emotional learning, suicide prevention, bullying prevention, continuing to have our SROs, and continuing to maintain and increase our resources for our positive behavior supports and interventions that we're doing. The last concept that we're asking them about specifically is on professional growth and implementation of practices for the adults in the system. You can see there the increased mental health and physical wellness opportunities for staff. We've put a lot of energy around that. Also that reduced class sizing and caseloads. You know, that's a goal we have. We have been sitting in our district at about 5% ending fund balance. You all know the law is 4%. So it's not that we're hoarding money, not doing these things. We're literally trying to spend every ounce of money we have in different ways. But these are the goals and priorities that our stakeholders, that's our teachers, that's our kids, that's our parents and families, that's our other community members are weighing in on. But I think this is also really important. So remember how I said it asks 2 things. What's your big priority that you get to say out loud on your own? And then here's the priorities we're thinking about, rate them. This is the top 5, but I guarantee you it's probably the top 25 thoughts that people have weighed in on and rated. It's all about improving the salaries and benefits for our staff, right? So we're not minimizing this at all. It is the top priority for everyone in our district. So I thought that would be important to see. So I do want to try to highlight and answer the questions that people had the best I can with my chicken scratch notes here through our accomplishments and what we're already doing. So one of the things that Churchill County is not the standout. We are 2- and 3-star schools. When I got to the district, one, we didn't have a strategic plan at all. Catherine will remember that because it was a question I asked them at the interview. They didn't have a strategic plan, and we didn't really have any kind of curriculum maps about anything. So over the last 3 to 4 years, we have been trying to clearly define what we want all students to know and be able to do and make sure that everyone was on the same page about that in all subject areas K through 12. That takes some time to get that stood up. So we've been working really hard on doing that. We also implemented, and that was on our cover, our profile of a learner. And we've been working on kind of a 2.0. Jen's staff at her school are working on kind of like, how do we take this and really ensure we're embedding these key attributes of what we want people to be when they grow up. And it isn't necessarily just mathematicians or great readers, but it's also great people. I am a critical thinker. I can work with others. I'm going to go out and be a great citizen. But Jen's school is one that's kind of working on our 2.0 and like, what else do we need? And we're trying to build around that. We've been working with that curriculum work around also, how do we build more robust data into our instructional decisions and make sure we're looking at the data and understanding what our kids need and then being responsive to that. We've been working on the implementation of our interventions specific to academics. So, we did not, when I actually started, we kind of had a wide and varied way we were doing literacy, but we now have a dedicated literacy specialist at each of our elementary schools. We now need to bring in math, and we need to sustain those literacy specialists. We've been funding those through grants. So if that, we've been working hard so I will tell you, one of our literacy specialists has been through a grant, 1003 little A. It was a competitive grant that the state offers out and we wrote for. But now that grant's over this year. So now I've built her in the next 2 years into ESSER and or the AB 495. I'm trying to solidify her position for the long term because we need it. We have 19 career and technical education career pathways at our high school. And that's still not enough because kids have different interests and different passions and where they want to go. But we're really proud of that. And we're one of the top performing schools in terms of our completers, the students that end of program complete with their grades being good and passing the test. And we want to actually grow that. And you saw that in a goal. But we also have now started middle school exploration. But that staff member to start that up is in ESSER. So we have to get that embedded into general fund, so that's going to take dollars. And then the increase, and Catherine actually has the fortunate opportunity to work with WNC as well, but we have grown exponentially our kids taking dual enrollment, and our school district pays for all of the expenses related to that, and we want to continue to be able to do that. But we've built that into grant funds as well. We've had it in general fund, but we want to be able to continue allowing students. And I don't think I know the number exactly, but I think it's gone from like 10 to 300 students to taking dual enrollment in the last 3.5 to 4 years. So we want to keep seeing that grow. When we talk about developing the whole person, we have started a project this year because it is the need. We have started an engaging staff in job-embedded professional development around social-emotional learning and working so that they can all earn the college credits to also get their social-emotional academic development endorsement on their license, all licensed staff. But we're doing it as job-embedded work because you all know this. They don't have any more time outside of school to really do this extra work to be better at what they're doing for kids every day. So we're working on it being job embedded. It's not perfect yet, but we're trying to really personalize for each of them how they get there. We also have been building and strengthening our multi-tiered system of supports and the use of positive behavior interventions and supports across all districts. The question came up, when are you doing that training? And our buildings are doing that training as part of the time that they have. They're building embedded professional development, professional learning. That's where they're seeing that done, not just at the beginning of the year, but also throughout the school year. And again, Jennifer can speak to that because she lives that every week. She has different training that happens. We have really tried to build our wraparound supports over the last couple of years. So when I got here, we didn't have any safe school professionals or social workers. So we've gone from 0 to 4, and we've increased our school counselors from 5 to 8 across the district in a 2-year period, and also have built our external partnerships. We have other entities that come in that provide groups, that provide direct one-on-one counseling through grants with UNR's Downing Clinic, for example. We also utilize parentguidance.org from the Cook Center for Human Connection, and we also do, as Mr. Fueling mentioned, we use Care Solace to support students. In the first 2 months of using Care Solace, we had 70 engagements, 70 people, and 30 of those were staff members to get support. We've had employee assistance program as part of HR forever, but this was one more avenue to get people supports to try to get faster mental health supports and faster needs met. And the last part that I want to share there is something I am also really proud of when we talk about what are we actually doing to improve things. So our staff, and you saw this in what the stakeholders are saying, our staff need help, and they need support. They need mental health support, and that's not wrong. I'm glad they're asking for help, and I'm glad they're acknowledging, and people know if we're going to help kids, then we have to be okay. So we've implemented some courses that our staff are taking. We're at about 100 out of the 400 staff members we have. We have instituted a class that we're offering to all staff. It's an 8-week class that they are doing, and it is outside of the time, but it's about building yourself, building your emotional skills, putting those practices into place in your classrooms, relaxation techniques, which you need in today's world to be able to do the best job you can. But I'm really happy. 100 of our people have taken this course, and now we're actually offering it as a class to our high school students also. And again, that kit has come out of general fund dollars, could have come out of ESSER, but we want to be able to continue that support for staff. And I think people are taking a lot away from that. I know I took it, and I'm taking a lot away myself. And the 2 people that work in my office have taken it. So we have a lot to go with now. And the last piece around retention and recruitment. We did have a hiring incentive. You all know that the state used to give us money that we could use towards some sort of incentive. We had that, and then that went away. So we had a few years where there was nothing. And then we built into some ESSER funds the ability to do a recruitment incentive. And when I first put it out there, ours was actually bigger than a lot of the districts were offering, and then it was like in the middle or towards the bottom of what some districts were able to offer. We are going to try to reallocate some of the ESSER funds that we have remaining to have another incentive for right now, because we're not offering one right now. We spent a lot of ESSER dollars on actually, I'll come back to that. So recruitment incentives for existing staff for word of mouth. It wasn't very big, but we said, we also know that's one of the highest recruitment strategies that works is if Jen tells other people, or Catherine's husband, who's a teacher, tells other people about our district. So we tried to incentivize that. We gave out funds to, like, if Jen got me, her name was on the person's application, Jen got some money. Okay, we tried that approach. Hiring and retention incentives for bus drivers. We've offered that now for the last 2 years, and again, hopefully maybe in the third, but for existing drivers and new drivers, some additional money for them. And we already pay for a lot of the things. We pay for their physicals, we pay for their training. But the big ESSER dollars were spent on the retention stipend for all returning staff, no matter what your job was. It was a base amount that everyone got in 2021, and then we doubled that in 2022, and that also went to substitutes who met a certain criteria. And we think that's really important because I didn't have any more money to give them in the general fund. And I needed to find a way to do that. And they were working hard, and they're trying their best to make it through. We increased the substitute rate to time and a half in all positions. That is a financial suck on the funds. So right now we're doing it out of ESSER. We're gonna have to figure out how to do that long term. I don't have it set for next year yet, but I'd like to, because I'm pretty sure most people who've been making $165 a day to sub, which we're grateful for, don't wanna go back to 110. So we're working on that. And then we've been working on increasing our visibility and telling our story through our hiring website and testimonials. Somebody asked a question about special ed. So we currently have 10, for next year I have 10 special ed teaching openings. We've been filling those with other people. We've been increasing caseloads. We're at the max without having to ask for the variance, which we're just about to have to ask for. We have critical needs people filling those jobs, but we have 10 for next year. When we went to our last job fair, we went to various places in Montana. They had no people that were actually graduating with special ed endorsements. So we need to think about that reality of how that runs, right? I have 7 math openings right now. I've had 7. I've had them filled with long-term subs, critical needs people filling in class by class instead of actually having people in the position. I'm actually just losing another math one because they're going to go to a different position at the middle school. So I have a science, a social studies. I have 3 CTE positions open. I have 2 readings. I have 2 English language learner teachers. The 10 special ed, the 7 math. Right now, we actually have had pretty much everything filled with long-term subs, people working on endorsements. This is our first year we've had really anyone in ARL. I have 1 person who finished. I have 4 people in the program right now. And so we're going to see that continue to increase. But I think those are important to think about we're trying to fill. And the reality is, if there aren't people, we're growing our own. We started a teaching and training program in the high school to start, I guess, changing the perception of what it means to be a teacher for kids. And they experience a lot of things. They go to Jen's school because they can walk right next door to that. As they get older and can drive, they go to other schools. But we started with 9 kids finished year 1. This year we had 54 students between level 1 and 2. I'm hoping next year that it's at least 54, if not to 70, that we retain these kids. The kids in the program actually get dual enrollment as well. So when they finish their 3 years, they're going to have the potential to have 18 credit hours in education specifically. And with the other dual enrollment, they're going to be well on their way that it may not take them as long to get through higher ed to become teachers, right? And so we're really excited about that. Now to the funding. Now, AJ is the money guy. I'm the English person, so I really like that part more. But here's the numbers, the best we can see them. We're not going to go up quite 2,000 a student the way it's projected in the per pupil funding, but I want to show you some of our known expenditures. And there is a typo, and I apologize. The dollar amount is right, but it says 3.75 for PERS, but it's 3.5. So I basically, with PERS increase, health insurance tentative increase because we haven't settled on that yet, increase in workers' comp and Medicare, potential around our liability insurance, the increase in utilities, the staffing funding changes from at risk. So I want to talk about that just real briefly. I think Assemblyman Miller, you asked about at risk. So you're going to see on our numbers up here, I'll scroll back up for just a second. Our at risk was at 636 for this fiscal year, and it's going down. I really wish that meant our achievement scores were going just exponentially higher, but that's not why that number changed. For us, the number changed because we are 100% free reduced lunch because we're community eligibility program. So not all of our students are direct certified like SNAP or TANF, but we have applied and have all of our students receive free meals for breakfast and lunch. And that's because we applied through that avenue for community eligibility. So we were funded for all of our students to be at risk. So now the new at-risk funding in the per pupil center funding plan comes from something that's called the grad score out of Infinite Campus. And that's a compilation of your achievement, your performance in class, your credits achieved, your behavior referrals, your attendance. So that number now is the bottom 20% in the state get funded. So that's now reflecting those students only. So I just want to make that, I'd like to still be at the 636 or higher, and I'm okay with that score. I just think it's a new score. It's a different way to calculate it than free reduced lunch was. And so it's important. But now I have to adjust. I was paying for some of my people, my safe school professionals that I pay for in general fund. Now I got to put them back into the other regular general fund, not in the at-risk. Same thing to be true. I tried not to staff a lot of folks in ESSER because we knew it was going to go away. And we worked really hard to figure out with all grants, what is now working that wasn't working before, and what can I stop doing out of general fund and move those new quality practices into general fund that we tried out through the grants. That's the good process you should use. Well, I now have some base position that I need to get back into the general fund that were funded out of ESSER. Some of my specials staff, we have some classified specialists that are doing music, art, and PE that I need to take from ESSER and now get into the general fund. Over time, and I have a note there, I'm going to have I have one of my safe school professionals is an ESSER. I need to get them into the general fund so that I don't go from 4 to 3, just in terms of cuts. So you see with those other increases, if we do nothing else, everybody gets their step, everybody gets PERS increase. I'm left with 2.76 million for next year. So you can see here what the numbers would be for a 1%, a 5%, or a 10%. I could go higher, but just remembering that I'm getting 4.6 million for next year. As soon as that's eaten up, I need to account. It's already eaten up for the next year. So if I only get 1.5 more million the next year, that's all I have to work with for any additional raises and so on. So I just think that's important. What I also tried to do, I did not get the word apparently that I was supposed to have the ESSER, so I quickly produced the ESSER for you, and I'm not attaching money to it, but you can see it on the screen. It's not in your handout. But I want to share with you, we've been super intentional about our ESSER spending. And so with ESSER 1, just like we all did, we were just trying to stand up school, to be in person the best we could and make sure everyone was safe. So this is the list that we used. We used it for at-risk students. We had a lot of online staff. We had to provide for subs that needed to be in the classroom when teachers had to be in quarantine. And we tried our best. I'm not sure if Ms. Jahant used this, but we actually didn't make people take leave if they were quarantined and weren't sick. We'd let them come on the screen in the classroom. We still had to have a sub in the room, but we'd let them teach from home and not charge them leave. We tried our best for every solution possible. We did a hybrid model, so we actually ran 2 routes a day. And so it cost us a lot of money between the 2 routes of added bus drivers, but also their overtime it took. But it was important to us to have kids at school in that model. PPE, signage, social emotional learning, things that we were trying to bring forward to build relationships and just get to make sure everyone was safe and felt safe, and a health screener. Then we had a CARES competitive with Lander, Lincoln, and Douglas, and we used that to keep moving forward with professional growth and development about personalizing learning. ESSER 2, we have done a lot of those same things. We did the retention stipend, funds to pay for people to go to additional training. We hired a math coach. We used it to reinstate specials. We got it to get new band equipment that they hadn't literally had in like 25 years. You know, the slide on the trombone had only been fixed so many times, but we got some really great new band equipment for middle and high school. Still cleaning, still doing those things. Got some stuff for some of our CTE programs, because in our district for funding of CTE, we pay for the teacher out of general fund, but all of the other funds come from competitive or allocated grants or student fees, and we try to reduce those as much as we can. I should note, the yellow is the money has been spent or encumbered pretty solidly. Or spent completely. So we've spent a lot of our ESSER funds. We're not one of the districts, I guess, that isn't spending the money. ESSER 3 we're in right now. We're trying to allocate it for now into the future. But because our general fund budget has been so tight, been at the 4%, 5%, we literally tried to dole this out to last as long as it could. That's how school does business a lot of times. Like that, coupled with what Mr. Fueling said, some of the things we allocated for, we couldn't find people. I have 6 people allocated for paraprofessional positions that I don't have the people for, because I have like 10 openings right now. So that money's sitting there right now, and I'll reallocate it to try to get them again for next year and the following year. But I wanted to show you, like, we are literally spending it in lots of ways, and we've spent it. So here we are now, and we spent it on the right things, but I wanted to show the best we could that we are trying to now, we didn't want to get to the cliff and have all this stuff hanging. I think our district's in a pretty good spot to be able to do salary increases. But I will also tell you, as Jen is here, I feel like we have a great relationship now with our association, and that's true of our classified and our administrative association. They've taken very little over the last few years. We've tried to enhance with stipends, one-time allocations. That doesn't help their retirement end, but we have a good relationship. But that's a lot of this now with the money is going to come down to those conversations. You know, we could offer out an amount, but that doesn't mean that's what the group's going to take. So I'd love to tell you, we're going to give 10%, but you know what? They might ask for 14. And we might get to a spot where we have to have some other agreement about something, but that's a part we don't control today. Like, that's going to happen through that process. That is how we do our work around staffing. So with that, I will stand for questions, as would Mrs. Whitaker or Ms. Jahant. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the very thorough presentation. I do not have this last slide that you put up. Will you get it to us? That would be perfect. Thank you. I think we only have a few questions for you. You did really well. We'll start with Speaker Yeager.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today and spending some time on a Saturday with us. So I'm particularly interested, the strategic themes that you have listed, a lot of different ideas there, and I see at least, I guess, theme 1, 2, and 4, and some top thoughts. So when and how are you going to determine which of these priorities you're going to use the new funding for? Because it looks to me like this is sort of like a popularity survey, and I'm assuming you can't do all of these. So do you have in your mind a sense of like how you're going to determine that? Is just going to be which ones are the most popular that you can fund? And so I think that's kind of what we're trying to get at, because I think most of these are things, some of them are continue programs, some of them are augment programs, all appear to be worthy, but which and how will you choose which ones to fund?
Thank you so much, Speaker Yeager. So when I look at that list that was shared with you today, we actually do most of those things already. And again, we're funding it through general fund, other grants, ESSER grants. And so we will, as those priorities shake out, we want to do them all, and we try our best to do them all. But that will help us determine, I'm going to say, with the money that's left, if you will, if we've already covered the priorities, then what else? Or if we haven't covered the priorities, then we know where that remaining money needs to funnel. But fortunately for us, we are doing most of those with the exception of the math intervention. So we know we have to allocate funds better, differently to math intervention, which is one of the items on there. We have a math coach, but we need to do more than that. So what we do is we do collect that. We happen to be funding most of those things already, and they already are our strategic themes. So we have a budget advisory committee that this also goes back to help us start mixing and matching. And that's a representative of many stakeholders, and that's how we do decide to go back to the board. But the two things that aren't funded per se, it's the staff salary increases. That's one thing. And then that math intervention piece is something that we're not doing. And then again, to make more prolific the mental health, we're doing a lot already, we're funding it, but we know that we have to continue to find those ways to find that staff. 2 of my 4 safe school professionals are trying to move forward and get their master's degree in social work, which will help them financially, but also help us. But we know, and I think you guys just heard legislation, potentially some of you on this, we need more people who have degrees in psychology, in social work, in mental health supports. Like, we need more people who have those degrees to support us. So we might have a lag of time before those people show up. So it's going to be staff training until then and making sure our people boots on the ground have that. But we take that very seriously, those prioritized pieces. So hopefully that helps. Oh, and we have one more addition here.
Catherine Whitaker for the record. If you notice, if you look back on that, we do have this input from our stakeholders, but we also have a board policy that drives the priorities for that. So what you see with the stakeholder input is that the stakeholders understand what our priorities are too, and what the board and district vision is and goals. And so they match up with those things that we already have prioritized and that our policy directs.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick comment. It's not a question. I appreciate that. And I really do appreciate this list of like concrete, actionable things. And, my only word of caution, I'm sure, as you know, is, and you mentioned this in your presentation, just because something is popular doesn't necessarily mean it should stay and that it's effective. So obviously this is a multi-stakeholder sort of issue, but as you work through what money you have to deploy in these areas, would just obviously advocate for that piece of what actually does move the needle versus necessarily what makes stakeholders happy. And hopefully we can do both of those things at the same time, but if there is a conflict there, to really focus on the programs that are helping in the classroom. So no need to respond, but just wanted to thank you for that list. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Senator Neal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have 2 questions. The first question is, what is your graduation rate? And then I have a follow-up.
Okay, so our graduation rate is 79.6.
Okay, and so I was looking at the priorities that I guess on page 3, the strategic theme 1, and what I thought was so interesting about it, you mentioned a couple of times about, struggling students, at-risk students, graduation rate not necessarily being what you would desire it to be. And then I see where it's talking about implement strategies to increase graduation rates. It came in at 33%. You had 47% for add K through 12 math interventions, and then increasing funding for interpreting services for students, 17%, and then 19% to ensure adequate staffing for online and then credit recovery. But in your data, it shows that you have a nice population of Latino students. So for someone to say that, you know, that 17%, that's a very low percentage, right? P clearly got raving review. But when we talk about moving the needle for kids, some of the pieces that got some of the lower, percentages would directly affect your graduation rate. And so I'm wondering, what are you going to do with that, right? Because you should treat your ELL students like they're supposed to belong in the school. And also, when we talk about the low percentage, I think it was a low percentage for the after-school support was 29%.
Thank you. So I don't have the data in front of me, but our particular graduation rate is not necessarily Hispanic students not graduating. So one of the things, and I actually will, if Ms. Jahant wants to respond as well. So we have really good programs. We have EL teachers and paras in each of our buildings, and our population of English language learner students is actually pretty low compared to, and I think Senator brought that up earlier, that doesn't necessarily mean that if you're Hispanic, you're an English language learner. Many of them are actually at level 6 or beyond, or native English speakers. Traditionally. So we have seen that we have a lot of support, and our students are extremely successful, especially our students in 4th and 5th grade. The students that exit the English language learner program is significant at that point. And at that point, one of our struggle points has been, I'm going to call them duly defined students, that we have a lot of students that by that point are English language learners and also starting to show significant gaps that lead to disability. So we have a lot of students, and we do have a plan that we're working on related to that. So in terms of interpretive services for students and families, we have staff in each of our buildings who do participate and actually interpret for parent conferences. We produce our materials specifically in Spanish, all of the materials that we put out. And we actually allow people to respond in Spanish to this survey specifically as well. So Jen found very similar response rates in terms of how our students in English language learning are performing. They're actually making a lot of great strides. For example, at Jen's school, in kindergarten and 1st grade over the last couple of years, as we've really articulated what we want students to know and be able to do, we had students that actually either were 90 to 100% meeting their growth goals, but we've actually increased our literacy performance in all students at those levels from 78 to 88% of actually hitting the targets. So they're seeing really great strides at the early levels at the K-1 building, but we definitely don't want to leave anyone behind, nor would we. We actually have an allocation in ESSER specifically for interpretation services specifically, that right now we've covered what we needed to cover with existing staff and haven't hired someone beyond that. So I don't want to perceive that we're not providing the supports. We are providing the supports, and we're actually seeing good performance from our students. So I can get the direct number of race breakdown of our graduation, because we actually have one of the highest Native American populations for graduation rate as well. So we're doing great things, but I'll get those numbers and make sure you have that.
Thank you for that, because I would love to see the data from 2019 pre-COVID, and then any of your 2023 data, K-12 by demographics, so we could see what's happening in the space. Because if your children of color are doing well, then that says that.
And you are spot on to that, that maybe the white students are not necessarily doing as well as they were. I mean, the reality is that. And I will also share, and I'm proud of our district. I'm not proud that our results are exactly where they are, but we actually maintained and have had now growth, some growth over the course of 2018 to now, which for me is really important that we didn't go backwards. we stayed the course, and I want to go forward for sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Anderson?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the presentation and getting straight to the point. I also appreciate all three of you being up here. I know that you mentioned under the developing the whole person, information about multi-tiered system, the social emotional learning, et cetera. But could you go a little bit further into the restorative justice trainings that has happened at the site base, not just at the district base?
So I'm going to say we're in the very early stages of that work. And again, we might ask for one specific example of a school base, but we have struggled in our district to really roll out what we would call our plan. Our plan is pretty basic. We have dove into ensuring that our consequences, our behavior matrix, if you will, I feel is aligned with consequences and restorative practices. And we're starting to see now more questions and practices at the, I'm going to call it administrative level at the building when working with students. And now we got to get to the classroom level of, people actually engaging in the work of having those conversations with kids about what occurred, how did I harm someone, what can we do different next time. But I would actually ask Jen if she had anything at a building level of what her training's looking like.
Jennifer Jahant, for the record. In our school site, we've been doing a lot of seed training for the K-1 level. So embedded into our day, we've been doing tribes training. We work on implementing PBIS, and that data is reviewed consistently. How we're approaching that and what we're doing in the classroom is discussed regularly during our professional development time and our staff meetings. And I would say the biggest introduction that we did district-wide, which then was affected at the buildings for how we addressed it, because of course different age levels, it's going to work different ways when you talk about restorative practices. We read a book 2 years ago, a full district book study called Hacking School Discipline, which discussed restorative practices. And then, of course, because what we're going to do with a kindergartner who, when you ask, what happened? Why did you do that? I don't know, is going to be a lot different than how you're going to address those needs with someone who's 13, 14, 17 years old. So that book, while done as a district study, was taken down to the site level on how we addressed it for our individual student groups.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Gorlow?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your presentation. I'm trying to build an overall look of all counties, and so I appreciate that you were talking specifically on how many positions that you were missing in certain areas. But do you have an overall vacancy rate? And then also, you mentioned that you've done a couple of job fairs and have gone places, and then your information you handed out, it says word of mouth to get people to recruit. So could you elaborate just a little bit more on how you are recruiting to fill those vacancies? Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think I brought the entire rate. And of course, that changes every day if someone retires or moves. We live in a military community, so we kind of just count on about every 2 to 3 years that we are going to have a chunk of some people that are going to move on. But I could definitely get that particular rate on the vacancy rate. And again, that vacancy rate, what I shared with you right now isn't that we won't fill those. It's just it's not that we were missing that person. It was that person, 2 months ago put in their retirement, and we're still working on the hiring now. So I will get that. So of course, the word of mouth actually is really important. And we know that one of the things we know about recruitment is location is honestly at the top of most people's lists. Well, none of us can pick up our districts and move it to somewhere else. So that we have to play on the location where we are and what are the great things about where we are related to maybe some of the other things that exist. So we are working on that and trying to sell that better in our website. But the other two things that do matter are school culture and the culture of the leader. And so we continue to work on those pieces, because then that is the word of mouth or what people hear and see that, it's hard to put the actual data to it, but that we do know location, culture of the building, and the leader in the building are the top 3 things that matter to people looking for jobs in our country. And so we have to make sure that those are doing well. I can't fix the location, but we can adjust to make sure our culture is where someone wants to be, and that the leaders of the building, people want to work with them, right? So we are going to job fairs. We are on a lot of job boards nationally, locally. we had that incentive. We don't have it now for the word of mouth piece. We're growing our own. We continue to encourage our staff that is support staff to become teachers. We have a custodian who's finishing up his teaching degree. We have paraprofessionals who are just starting their work to get from their associate's degree, if they have that, up to the bachelor's and get that degree. We really honor all of them. Obviously, there's legislation that if you work in our school and you're a paraprofessional, you continue to be paid while you're doing your student teaching work, and we try to embrace that. We encourage our substitutes who want to become teachers, and then we're growing our kids to become teachers as well. We also have it's not as robust yet as we'd like, but we have a leadership cohort of growing leaders in our district. We have a lot of leadership positions to be a teacher leader, but then we also have a cohort that's helping them grow their skills and encourage them to want to do more also. So I think it's the whole journey.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, I'm going to say thank you so much for your presentation. If you could just get that one slide back to us, that would be great.
Thank you so much.
All right. Members, I thought we'd be a lot further along by noon. Doesn't look that way. So I am going to let the members know there's lunch in my office. You can go make a plate, come back, and we'll just work through lunch. I don't want people to have to sit here. So if you could do that, that'd be great. And I'm sorry to be rude. I didn't bring food for everyone. I'm sorry. I should have thought about that. And we'll continue on. We'll move on to Douglas County. Good morning. And you can be as concise as you want to be. I hear a yes. I hear a yes. You did supply us, members, you have on your desk a pretty thorough presentation. So are there highlights that you would like to give us? And if not, I will move to questions. An opening statement would be great, though.
All right.
And then we'll go to questions.
Okay. So Keith Lewis, the proud superintendent of the Douglas County School District. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to talk about our district. And as the chair has alluded to, you do have a packet in front of you, and I will spare you, although I will not spare you, the accomplishments of the Douglas County School District, because I think one thing that I want to make very clear is we are not failing the students of the state of Nevada. And I'm very proud of what we're doing in Douglas County for our students, how we have used our ESSER money for learning loss and to move and reimagine instruction. So a couple things, U.S. News and World Reports ranked George Whittle High School in the top 7% and Douglas High School in the top 17% of all United States high schools. The graduation rate for George Whittle High School is 100%, and Douglas High School 92.17%. Just to save someone a question, our overall graduation rate is 85.3%, but I think it's also important to understand that that graduation rate has changed, and now adult diplomas are no longer calculated in the graduation rate. In 2022, Douglas High School students passed 70% of the 397 advanced placement tests administered. On 16 of the 19 subject areas tested, Douglas High School students had a passing rate higher than the national average. And then I will allow you, but again, I want to make one point is that Douglas County School District began a journey to modernize instruction and personalized learning for the students in 2019 as part of our work with Modern Teacher. We recently reached the 5th stage of that 7-stage implementation, and Summer had alluded to some of that. Both our school districts, along with Lander and Humboldt, have been working with Modern Teacher, again, to reimagine what instruction looks like in our classroom, and that was based on data that was stagnant. We've typically been one of the top performing districts, and we felt our data was stagnant. We need to do something, and that's where we have put our money. I also do want, as Summer alluded to, parent guidance. We've really tried to target mental health and help our parents with strategies for how to raise today's teenagers. And so we offer free parent coaching to our parents. We are doing a monthly mental health series. We have on-demand courses for parents, and we've implemented Hope Squad, which is a peer suicide prevention program in our schools. The other thing I do want to make note of is it's exhausting to continually hear that Nevada is 50th in the nation. And what's maybe more exhausting is the failure to recognize that there are 3 metrics that determine that. And the metric that we absolutely control in our schools, which is K-12 achievement, Nevada ranks 18th in the nation. We ranked 50th, or we rank 49th in school finance, and we rank 50th in chance of success, which looks at the background of parents and things that school districts don't necessarily control. And so having gone through a very political school board election, that's thrown out there a lot, that we're the worst state in the nation. And it's convenient to use that, but again, we are 18th in the nation for academic achievement, and we should be proud that we've moved from 35th in 2019 to that 18th ranking. The other thing, and it was alluded to, in 2019, this state made a significant investment in early childhood literacy through the Read by Grade 3 program. And we saw when we made that investment that our scores jumped. So we went from 1 grade under to on the national average when we made a commitment for that literacy. And so again, I think that's important, and I appreciate that this body or a previous body made those commitments, and we saw results. So again, Douglas County would set, with this money, we would get about $1,200 over 2 years more per student. So we will fall short of that 2,000 mark that's been advertised. Again, we were a hold harmless district that had some room to go to get out of hold harmless, but this would move Douglas County out of hold harmless. So we, over the biennium, would see $8.2 million. And as everyone has said, and again, I will say the same, most of our costs are the same. The PERS increase, the step-in columns, the health insurance is out of this world. We are one of the few self-funded insurance plans that are still left in public education. And we, due to the underspend of staffing, have had the ability to keep our fund solvent, but it's certainly we've had to put about $3 million, and I would tell you we're still taking on water in that fund just because of the astronomical costs. So we look at about $2.3 million once we go through all of those remaining. Again, I think most of us have given you kind of an estimate of what 5, 10, and 20% pay increases would be for all employees. And why the 20%, you may be wondering where'd that come from. But if you don't know, I do want to remind everyone that the Joint Interim Standing Committee on Education provided all state superintendents with a letter about 2 months ago telling us that they thought we should give a 20% salary increase to all teachers and to raise support staff wages to at least $20 per hour. And so that's why this is where you may be seeing this 20% number. And if you're, that came from Mo Dennis, if you're wondering where that letter came from, but that was sent to all state superintendents. I want to talk about our vision. I am fortunately one of the districts that is home to Lake Tahoe, one of Nevada's biggest treasures. And with that comes high costs of living and high property costs. And my concern as superintendent of Douglas County is I can sell geography. We always laugh that we could go anywhere in this nation and put a photo of Lake Tahoe up and we'll get someone to at least stop and talk to us. But I can't get them to be able to come and afford a house, to afford to live. And so my new teachers often are driving from Carson City or Reno. And over the course of time, and especially with gas prices the way they are, that's not sustainable. And so staffing and providing a living is obviously our #1 priority moving forward. Again, also, I think we do. I wanted to highlight back there, we have a 95% retention rate for our certified staff and a 90% for classified. That's great, because I think we understand the importance of once they get to Douglas County, we invest in them with our induction programs, so teachers aren't just thrown into the classroom without support. We do things. I host a barbecue at my own home for all of our new staff every year. It's those little things that keep people wanting to work in your district, and I think it's obviously shown in our retention rates. Addressing mental health. There's been some comments about that we may be administrator heavy. I would tell you just the opposite. The mental health that we are dealing with, the laws around bullying, the restorative practices, there are so many things that now go into student discipline that consume time of administrators, and the mental health is, and nobody in this room is going to disagree that we have mental health issues both with students and with staff. And those often manifest themselves in student discipline, which you are hearing. All of us are experiencing those same things. Coming out of the pandemic, it has been a struggle for our students to reacclimate to the school setting, and we're doing everything we can, but we still, a lot of time is consumed. And the other thing is we're looking at salaries. I know I'm going off on a little bit of tangent, but also remember, we have different contract lengths. A teacher salary is 185 days. An administrator at our site level is 222 days. A district level administrator is 260 days. So we're not always comparing apples to apples, looking at the bottom line. You have to take that. And I can tell you, as being in human resources for 5 years and then in superintendent for 3 years, the number of times that a teacher has moved to an administrative position and come to my office and said, wait a minute, I'm making less per day than I was as a teacher. And that's the reality. And it's the reality when you move from site administration to district administration. You are making less per day. Obviously, you are making more overall, but it's not at a daily rate necessarily. Okay, so I just want to point that out from my HR background. And again, our math and literacy are both huge priorities, and how we would use our money is to expand those and to also ensure that our subpopulations are that we're providing adequate support, that we're not over-identifying EL students as IEP students, and really looking at those things and expanding those services and improving those services, I should say as well, because we can always do better. And then obviously expanding CTE. I mean, we have to come to the realization that approximately 30% of our students are going to higher education right now. We have to focus on our CTE programs. I'm proud right now that we have high school on the banks of Lake Tahoe at Zephyr Cove that is struggling with enrollment. Because the demographics up there, the families are able to move into that area. And so we're looking at how can we remake Whittle in a rather wide geographical area of Douglas County and make that a magnet school and do a dual credit middle and high school with WNC. And so again, developing those relationships with our higher ed and also expanding our Jump Start program so that kids come out of high school not only with a high school diploma, but possibly an associate's degree. So we're looking at that. Again, I want to talk a little bit, and I extend the invitation. I want you to know that I extend an invitation to every member of the Senate and Assembly Education Committee to drive down the road about 15 miles and visit Douglas County. And Senator Titus, I appreciate you've taken me up on that. I've heard from 3 other representatives, and I love what we're doing, and I want, again, talk about Epic Learning. Epic Learning is modernizing our classrooms, getting out of the industrial age where classrooms are in rows and kids are sitting in desks to more flexible seating, where a learner-centered environment where kids have voice and choice in their learning. That should not be mistaken that kids are running the classroom, but kids have a say in what the class code, how the expectations in the classroom are going to be. We have standard operating procedures, just like we do in most business, that kids kids help develop, and so they have voice in their learning. We talk about transparency of learning, where kids truly know that we have roadmaps. So this is what they need to know in math from beginning of the year to the end of the year, and kids have that transparency of what they need to know, where they're going, and when they've gotten there. Working on progression, so kids know when they have met mastery of the standards, and really working on identifying what those critical standards are. If you've ever looked at the standards in the state of Nevada, there are a ton of them. And there's a pressure on teachers of which ones do they teach, and so we're doing that work so that every kid in every Douglas County school, if it's third grade, they're going to get access to the same standards because those are the priorities in our district. So just ESSER funding real quick. I know I didn't get you right to questions, but I'm going to maybe beat some of these questions off. 53% of our ESSER funding, and that's all of the ESSER funding of about $8.2 million that's come to Douglas County, 53% of that's been spent on learning loss. So we have invested in instructional coaches that can work shoulder to shoulder with teachers. Our goal of our ESSER is to improve instruction in every one of our classrooms, so when that money goes away, that improved instruction will stay. And that has been our priority, and we've been very conscious to not have a cliff where we have a lot of staff that have to roll back into the general fund. So when ESSER goes away, we'll have some costs, but we've positioned ourselves, I think, fairly well to not have to absorb a lot of that. 17% has been spent on distance learning technology, improving our infrastructure, improving technology in the classrooms, one-to-one technology with Chromebooks. We've spent 14% in operations and service continuity. And one thing I want to highlight here is we allocated about $250,000 for marketing. And a lot of people would say, what are you doing spending money on marketing? That's the new reality we face. COVID has taught us that there's competition. Public schools are not now just the only gig in town. We have to market our school district not only for families to try to attract people to the Carson Valley, Lake Tahoe communities, but this is where we're spending our money to recruit. And so we're not going to job fairs anymore. We can travel to Minnesota to the nation's biggest job fair, and we can bring home one teacher. It's not a good investment of our finances. But we can use analytics on the web, and we can target teachers in certain areas and draw them to the beauty of Douglas County. And so we have developed videos of recruiting videos, a video on epic learning, and that's how we're recruiting, and we've already seen an uptick. And just a quick story, our marketing director has a friend in LA that Googled counselor openings in Los Angeles Unified School District. An ad for Douglas County, Nevada came up on our web screen. So that's kind of where we're investing our money on that. And again, we're here. And I would tell you, if you followed the school board election in Douglas County, it was very acrimonious. And I take fault that we did not do a good job as a school district to tell our story. We got great things going on in our schools. Douglas County is known for excellent schools, but we allowed the narrative to be put out there that we're failing kids, and we're going to combat that, and we're going to get our message out in front of people because that's the way we have to do it. And so I think that is a quick, I know there will be some questions that I think I have an answer to, so I'll turn it over. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll start with Speaker Yeager.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thanks for being here today. I appreciate it. Just really one question that I had was, you talked a little bit about the additional funding and some of the challenges, but any plans for English language students, at-risk students, special education for what you may be able to do with some of that increased funding to help with those particular areas?
So yeah, I think, and again, it's been alluded to, and again, I have an HR background where I'm not going, in terms of salaries or specifics, that all has to happen through negotiations, and I would be probably accused of unfair labor practices to sit here and give you amounts. I will tell you that our EL support is a concern, and so yes, we do have plans to, number one, evaluate that support, to then potentially increase staffing in that area based on what those needs. But again, our students will always drive that. You know, we don't have a significant EL population. We don't have a significant diversity in Douglas County, but all of those. Special ed is always a concern. And I think I need you all to understand too, it's a legal concern. If we don't find staff in special ed, we open ourselves, and current laws put school districts in the crosshairs of due processes that even when we're right, we're paying thousands of dollars to defend ourselves, and we have the onus to prove. The onus on us by law is to prove otherwise. And so it would be interesting how many thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars have been paid out statewide for due processes, and there's no recourse for school districts, even when we do everything correct. And so, again, in that area, my biggest concern is staffing. And I am a father of 2 special needs students. Both are in the Douglas County School District right now. And I've had one child being taught by a long-term sub all year, and a revolving, because it's hard. And we've got to do more to protect our educators in those areas as well.
Assemblywoman Backus.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And my question was asked, but I just want to make a comment. I want to thank you, Superintendent, for highlighting the fact that our academic achievement has improved since 2019. As a state, I mean, growing up here, you realize that a lot of folks when you're looking at chances of success, this isn't a state where you can be successful by having post-secondary education, and it does hold us back. And it's always a struggle, and I try to share that with people. So I was grateful you did mention that. But my question will be, I don't think I heard you say with classroom sizes, what you're looking at and what you've done to reduce the classroom sizes. Thank you so much.
So it was brought up previously by Mr. Fueling, is that Douglas County also uses the alternative staffing. And so we do staff our kindergarten at 25-1, and that's a hard staffing number. We don't go over 25-1. And so in a school, we always piggyback 2 schools, so we allocate staffing. And if we get past, let's say we had 2 teachers and our enrollment then moves to 51 and 52, those students will go to the school that we've joined them with to ensure that we stay hard on that 25-1. We staff 1st, 2nd, and 3rd grade at 22-1, and we staff 4th and 5th grade at 25-1. In our middle schools, we staff on a ratio of 24.06-1. Don't ask me where the .06 ever came from. And our high school is also 24, but 24.8. So we staff on pretty low ratios, as maybe what you've seen in other areas and probably more urban school districts. That doesn't mean that every 1st grade is 22 kids. There's ebb and flows, and especially at a secondary, you may have a class 1 period of 32, because that's how the master schedule worked, and the next period at 24, and so again, would we like class sizes smaller? Yes, because we know it impacts learning. But I don't think it's a big cry out of Douglas County that we're experiencing some of the sizes that you would see in urban districts. And then just real quickly on that, again, we have a maintenance of equity in Title I schools. And so even when our numbers, we will always err on the side of overstaffing, especially in our title schools, of which we have 3 in Douglas County.
And I appreciate that. And you kind of did now answer it, but I was going to say what you're doing to reduce it, but the focus is on the Title I, making sure that those ones are fitting within this lower schools, classroom sizes, as well as K through 5. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Assemblywoman Anderson.
Thank you, and I just want to be consistent with this. I know you brought it up earlier as well, but if you could please explain how much training and/or money is used for around restorative justice, progressive discipline plans, SEL programs as well. And again, you did mention it during your presentation, but I was just wondering how much of that training is done at the school site, if possible. And it's just because I want to be consistent and ask every.
So can I just say what they say?
You cannot use a ditto on this one.
Keith Lewis for the record. Sorry, I haven't been doing that. Again, I think that we have done more of the training at the administrative level just because of implementation of restorative practices. We have really worked on our MTSS with a big focus on that. And so MTSS obviously has both academic component and behavior. And so really looking at those MTSS teams to get to the root of why we may be seeing some of the behaviors that we're seeing. And again, I think I alluded to this. With the restorative justice, I think there are some needs of changes, and I know some of those are being talked about right now as we speak. As we interpret the law in Douglas County, a restorative justice plan has to go in place before the student ever leaves the school if they were to be suspended. And that's not the best timing to try to do a restorative justice plan as somebody is agitated. And so, again, we're looking at how that could change to upon reentry, that you are going to really sit down and look at that behavior and what was the root cause and how do they restore with other students. Again, social emotional learning has been a very hot buzzword in my district. I have to say it carefully, but we believe very strongly in it, and our counselors are doing lots of social emotional lessons in our classroom. And again, day-to-day interactions are social emotional learning. Every interaction that we have with students generally have some social emotional learning component of it, of, why'd you do that? And let's talk about that. So,
Thank you, and from your answer, it's very clear you understand that information. Greatly appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Neal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senator Harris is entertaining me at this moment.
she's not making fun of me, is she?
No. So I had a question on, I guess it's your data slide that had the assessment year, and I know this was, I don't know if the 21-22 integrated some of the 2019 data, but I was noticing in the 6th grade, there's drop-offs in math and reading, and I was curious about what 2019 looked like prior to COVID, because I'm wondering what's going on in the space and how much you plan on investing for your expansion in literacy and mathematics, which is on one of your other slides.
Okay, so I can get you that data. I just, for the year, I venture to guess that we probably saw lower numbers in 5th grade. So understanding longitudinal data, that this is 21-22. So that cohort was 5th graders the prior year. I think it has generally been a lower cohort for us across the board as we've seen them come through, and you will get that sometimes in education for whatever reason. So again, I think in terms of your question is really trying to get to the root of that too. And I think that's, why are we struggling? Again, I have views on our assessment programs, but in this slide that I'm providing you, I'm trying to compare apples to apples. These are other states that are Common Core states that one of them does SBAC assessment. So trying to, here's how we rank nationally with some of the states that people want to say are the top states. Douglas County is holding their own. But again, I think that those are things we know that we need to continue to target literacy and math. And I think what this slide shows is that needs to be a focal of our middle school as well. Often we put a lot of literacy in the elementary, and then we still have literacy support, but we need to do more. So I don't know if I answered your question. No, I can tell by
No, you did. Thank you for that. It's just the look on my face is because the scores are actually higher in 5th grade, and so you have a clear drop off. And
but
so
what I'm saying is the 6th graders in this data, if I showed you the year prior, would be 5th graders. So it'd be interesting. You're looking at longitudinal data. You're not looking at the 6th graders in this chart. That's not their scores when they were in 5th grade. It's a different group.
Okay, and so you have read by $3, and so because that was all rolled up into the per pupil expenditure. So how is that working for your students? Because you still have a consistent investment in reading, and your scores, in your longitudinal data, your scores are, they're still around the, I guess, 40 and 50.
Correct.
So,
So
is the
again,
read
I
by
want to remind you that Douglas was held harmless, so those dollars were rolled up, but we're receiving the funding that we received in 2020 currently. So we haven't been able to necessarily invest with other costs in our district on that. And again, I guess what I'm trying to show you there is our literacy scores from third grade overall are around 48%. The highest performing states in the nation that people generally recognize. New Jersey has a 49% proficiency rate, Massachusetts a 41% proficiency rate, and Connecticut a 49% proficiency rate. So my point of this slide is to show that Douglas County School District students are performing on par with some of the top states in the nation.
So, thank you for that, and I appreciate that. It's just that the reason why I'm asking is because Douglas County School District, you guys have roughly, 5,000 kids or a little bit over 5,000 children?
5,300.
5,300.
Yep.
So Massachusetts, Connecticut, New Jersey have they have more students, right?
Right.
Okay. So that's why I'm trying to dig deeper into the breakdown, because it's not really an apples to apples because the student population is higher and more diverse. And so I wanted to know how your read by three, if it was involved or was an investment, because statutorily it did come into play. You said that, it was difficult, or I think what I heard was that because you were held harmless, there wasn't really an investment in read by three?
No, we have literacy strategists in every one of our elementary schools.
Okay, got it. And so it is a continuing investment. Do you have a dollar amount that you intend to invest in literacy?
I do not have a dollar amount.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, see none. I think you're off the hook for today.
Thank you.
Awesome. Members, the food is in the office, so don't all leave at one time to go grab something to eat. And with that, we will close Douglas County and we'll move on to Elko County. I was going to say good morning, but it's now afternoon, so I'm sorry. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Cody Krinka. I'm actually the Director of Human Resources for Elko County School District. Superintendent Anderson wasn't able to make it today. I'm a lifelong learner, fifth-generation Nevadan, have a lot at stake in this great state, and I'm also a product of the education that this state has provided for us. With that frame of reference, I'd like to brag, or at least tell you about our school district. If it suits the chair, I'll just go through what's here and then entertain the questions at the end, and hope that I can address some of the questions that I've heard throughout the presentation and maybe not necessarily basically read to you. So,
perfect.
Thank you, ma'am. So Elko County School District is a relatively large school district with about 10,000 students. Even though we come from all walks of life, I've highlighted the numbers of the students that you seem to be most interested, as well as the district's very interested in with this next budget. We're at 10% special ed, 8% English language learners of varying levels, 34% Hispanic, 6% Native American, and 38% Title I. Those kids are, those 10,000 students are cared for and taught by about 1,100 full-time staff, 648 certified. That certified numbers also includes the 50 school and district administrators. We have about roughly 39 schools. So spread out all over, and then there's 455 classified staff. The governor's recommended budget, as you can see, in fiscal year 23 is $96 million. We expect it We've been providing numbers for fiscal year 24 at 107 and fiscal year 25 at 117. Now, I know you're all of your eyes have been drawn to the special ed numbers that are blank. That wasn't a mistake on my part. That is what we've been provided by from the state. I believe that we've had some sort of coding error, and what was provided and what was presented to them, I do expect that with our finance department and the state's finance department, that will be remedied, but I can't speculate on what that number is, so I can only work with what I have and what I can present to you today. So that fiscal increase is 10.8 million. Our fiscal for the next year, and obviously 5.2 for FY 25. This does a little bit breakdown. You can see that our EL numbers go up by 1.77. Our gifted and talented for next year actually goes down a little bit, $29,000, and our at-risk increases at 11. 144 the next year, with gifted and talented up 5, and then at-risk at 81. So now the things that you are most interested in hearing from us. Staffing concerns. While there's certainly staffing concerns throughout the district, throughout the nation, in order to meet the needs specifically of who we're most interested in helping with the EL, special ed, in order to meet the ratios that are asked by state law, by NAC, by NRS, we would have to increase our SPED case managers by 18%, our speech language path by 16, ELL teachers by 14, our school psychs by 18, our occupational therapists by 33, and our social workers by 52. Obviously, I'm very concerned about the social workers because social and emotional learning and taking care of our students is of utmost importance. If they're not there in a comfortable mental state, they really can't learn. I've also added the bus drivers. Oakland County is unique that we're spread out all over. I mean, square mileage, we're about twice the size of New Jersey. So when we talk about class size reduction in a little bit, I put bus drivers and mechanics down here because we can't teach our kids if we can't get them to school. Right now, our walking variance, if you live within 2 miles of a school, you don't get transportation. Right now, you're 2 miles, that's up to the parents, it's up to the students. So to increase that beyond 2 is not something really, obviously, anybody wants to do. Right now, our mechanics, keeping our buses on the roads, most, if not all of those mechanics are bus drivers as well. They were hired on as mechanics. We're short drivers, so they do an evening and an afternoon route just like everybody else. And then in the middle, they try to maintain our buses and keep them on the road. Critical needs staff, as you can see, our special needs special education staff, as you've heard from the other superintendents, are of critical need. We've designated them as such. That way we can hire retirees back into the classroom. We're working on and hope to designate all our elementary licenses as critical needs. Currently, 14% of our elementary positions are filled with long-term subs. And we've also designated all the positions in the Owyhee combined schools as critical needs. Now, there's been questions on class sizes. So in reference to those questions, we are also, like the previous districts, on the alternative plan. Our class size reduction, even though we're on the alternative plan, we have to apply for variance every quarter because we really only meet that requirement of whether it's 16 to 1 or 22 to 1 or 25 to 1 in the elementary levels in one grade level. So we apply and receive a variance for all those. And I mentioned earlier that we're such a spread out district because someone says, well, what about the specifics district wide? Well, let's take Jackpot, for instance. Jackpot's about 117 miles from my office. That school is very small, and those class size ratios do fit within that. Those graduating classes are 8 to 12. So those class size ratios kind of mess with the ratios of the district. And for someone that hasn't been to our community, well, why don't you close that school down, move them to another place? In an urban area, that would work. In a rural area, that doesn't work. We're not putting kids on a bus for 50, 60 miles one way every day. Granted, there are certain situations in our district where kids have to do that to get to high school, but when it comes to the overall ratio, that's why we're at and why we have to do what we need to do. Current starting salaries and wages. Our teachers' starting salary is $43,000. I'll mention, even though it's not on there, that our teachers in the 30-year category reach at about $80,000. And the reason I bring that up is because there's been some questions about what admin make. Our administration, as it was pointed out previously, they work more days than our teachers, but our high-end teachers at 30 would actually probably take a pay cut per day. Because our vice principals come in at around the $90,000 salary. Those vice principals work 220. Some of our principals work 235, and our district administration work 261 days a year. I bring that up because, like was said, I have 2 vice principals that are returning to the classroom in the last 2 years, one this year, one last year. I bring up the fact on this slide that we pay our custodians $13.80 and our special ed parapros $16.32, yet we still can't compete with the local market. You've probably seen those advertised as you're driving down the road at fast food places. Sure, these jobs are more rewarding in the long run because we're helping the youth of this great state, but at the end of the day, those people have to go home and they have to provide food and put that on their table. The one thing I have focused on, because you can't just not get kids to school, is you'll notice our bus driver rate is 22, which is significantly, in my opinion, higher than the rest. It's still not good enough. It's good enough to retain. We've kept our bus drivers from leaving, but right now we're competing with other bus companies that there's one that's starting salaries at $28. Our projected costs, without getting into too detailed, as you can see, I will talk about the ESSER funds because there have been a lot of questions on ESSER funding. ESSER funding 1, this is when I was a middle school principal. When ESSER funding 1, COVID hit, I was a principal of about 800 middle school students. ESSER 1 was basically used in Elko County School District to keep our doors open or to get them open. We focused on reopening, mitigating spread, PPE. Those 800 students probably went through 250 masks a day. It's just what it was. In their opinion, they're like, well, if you're making us wear them, you're going to provide them, and we did. And we got them into class like they needed to be. We provided air purifiers, higher quality air filters, additional nursing staff, which we still have on staff to provide for contact tracing and dealing with our students. We provided online and in-person summer school and online education for those that still didn't feel it was safe to come back to school. ESSER 2, we continued to work on the COVID gap, student staff well-being. We provided employee assistant programs and an employee assistant tech whose primary responsibility is to provide the means to go through and find and point them in the right direction and what they needed. So many times I would ask my staff if they needed help. They would tell me no, and I said, if another teacher came and asked you for help, would you have those means to give it to them? And it was usually also no, and I found that as a problem. Quite often teachers don't come to their administration. They don't go to, they'll go to their friends. They'll go to the person across the hall long before they'll ever come to see these people. So it was important to make sure that our staff know these employee assistant programs, and we hired an employee assistant tech to make sure that that person's also available. We hired an EL coordinator. We didn't have one of those before. We have an at-risk coordinator. We've bought the one-to-one Chromebooks devices. Once again, we had summer school. And to reward our teachers for sticking around, even though based on today's grocery prices, it wasn't much, we did give them a $1,000 bonus to show, hey, thank you for staying. Thank you we appreciate what you've done, and we use that for a retention bonus. We've also hired a school improvement director that those ESSER funds are being used for. And with ESSER 3, moving forward, we're working more toward specifics on what will help the individual child. We've partnered with a company called Paper, which is kind of ironic because it's all online. And I know some of you have your own kids, and you go home and you're working with them, and you're trying to get them help on with its calculus. You know, you might be able to help with math, but when you have suddenly your kids in calculus, this is an online platform where a kid can text and get an automatic tutor right away. These kids they're busy, they're doing their CTEs after school, they're doing their sports after school, and then right after that they get home, it's 9 o'clock. Their teacher's not going to answer an email, but through these platforms, we're using these ESSER funds, and we hope to continue, based on the projected funding, to keep this kind of platform so that kids, even if they're working on their homework at midnight, they've got some support. We found that teachers also use this in classrooms, that they go through and they find out that they're, because it can basically proofread essays, so teachers have found that it helps them in the classroom because now they basically have someone or another platform that can proofread the essays and teach in the classroom. I mean, this is an online, it's like peer evaluation. Remember when we used to hand the paper over here to so-and-so and they could do that? Now it's available to them online. We've also partnered with Elevate K-12, which provides licensed teachers virtually to some of our outlying areas. You're going to hear a little bit from me on the Grow Your Own programs. It's very difficult to grow your own chemistry teacher in a rural area. It's very difficult to find a long-term sub for French class or for German class. And what this does is it provides live on the screen, much like we are right now, a teacher talking to the classroom individually for that class. We have a long-term sub, co-teachers is what it's called in that classroom, so that those kids, just because we can't find a teacher for them, those kids are still taken care of. Those kids can still take German 2, German 3, just because we don't have a teacher. And we've used those ESSER funds for that. And since transportation is still a big issue, we've used those ESSER funds to move forward, and we bought 2 buses, those special ed buses and for traditional buses, because we do put a lot of miles on our buses. The needs and wants with our district aligned with our strategic plan. Our school board is relatively brand new. There's 5 of them that are new within the last year. Our cabinet level, all of us, superintendent, all the directors, we are 2 years or less. I started this position in July. So we've got a strategic plan in place. We're working on reduced class size, investing in our community through Grow Your Own, the Teach to Train, recognizing which people in our community want to have a bachelor's degree, that want to go the alternate route to licensing. We have about 20 to 25 alternate routes to licensing. We provide, through a different grant, the means that they help them pay for their classes. They can be reimbursed for those classes through us with different grants. We're trying to get those individuals with bachelor's degrees into the classroom through the ARL program. We're obviously expanding our CTEs, greater school safety capacities, and of course we have to regularly update our curriculum materials and technologies. We went one-to-one. I don't ever see us going back. I don't think we should go back, and we have to upgrade those technologies. And of course, kids are kids. Those things get broken and have to be replaced. Before, I was talking fast, so before I jump over to, this is our school board president, Teresa Dalstrup. She's here to answer any questions, as am I, and I'll wait until she's done to do so. I know that we're here for accountability reasons. I appreciate that. It's important to our parents, it's important to our students, it's important to your constituents, it's important to the future of this great state. And I'd argue, more importantly, it's important to their future, the students' future. So with that, I'd introduce Teresa Dalstrup.
Thank you, Cody. Teresa Dastrup for the record. If I was in a classroom, I would say, let's take a brain break. Let's everybody stand up. Let's run around. Let's move. Let's do something. But we know we've got a lot of districts that have traveled a long way. Almost no matter how long we sit in this room today, we will have to travel further, getting here and going back. So thank you for having us, and thank you for hosting all of the rural districts. We appreciate that. My slide is about accountability and transparency. And as you can see on there, we have worked really hard in Elko County. We got slammed pretty hard during COVID with a lot of questions. I am the only long-standing member on the board at this point, and we had lots of people come in and say, "You are not being transparent. You're not being accountable." And you're asking those same things. We're accountable to our students. We're accountable to you. We're accountable to, to our teachers and our staff, our taxpayers. And we work hard at our district to make sure that everyone has an opportunity to see what we do with money. If you want to know down to the penny what Elko County School District spends, you can look on our website and you can click on ClearGov and you can delve into every penny that we spend for as long and as many days and weeks as you want. It is all there. We work hard as a district to make sure that everyone can see what we're doing. We bring in our all of our staff to give quarterly reports. We have, obviously open meetings for our district, and every one of our departments reports on a regular basis so that people can see what's going on, where's money going, how are programs working out, and can we do better? Everyone can always do better. One of the things we have implemented to be more accountable to our students is we have a student board member that comes, and we rotate that board member throughout the year so that we have different schools represented. And that student board member is not a voting board member, but they do have an opportunity to voice concerns and share their opinions and talk about things going on in their schools. And they represent at every board meeting the students of the district. And so we are working on being more accountable and more transparent, even to our students, in that manner, where perhaps in the past we haven't had as many students really interested in watching what happens at a board meeting. Now they know I may be the one at a board meeting. I need to know what's going on. And so I think that's an important step in engaging our student population with the district, is having them involved at that level. And eventually they may be sitting here in one of your chairs. And so we want them to have opportunities to learn and grow in every way possible. And with that, I will open it up to questions.
Thank you so much. We will start with Speaker Yeager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for traveling here to be here. We know you've come from a long way, and certainly appreciate it. I appreciate the transparency and accountability. I think maybe I look at it a little bit of a different way. We have obviously financial transparency, but I think the purpose of what we're trying to do here today, and again, hopefully this is an ongoing conversation, is to have that sort of accountability and transparency for where money is going to be allocated in the future. I obviously realize that we have not funded education adequately in this state. This doesn't get us to where the Commission on School Funding says we ought to be, but it is a pretty massive injection of funding into the education system. Every district's different, but the magnitude of $2.2 billion. So I think what we're trying to do here is figure out how are we going to use that money, right, to increase achievement. And so I appreciate your slide, that the second to last slide, the needs and wants that you listed. And so I guess my question there is a number of different programs, assuming that you're not going to have enough funding to do all of those things, but have you made a determination, or how are you going to determine where you're going to apply that additional funding that the district's going to get to be able to move the needle on some of these metrics that we talked about? You have a number of things here, and so just if you can kind of walk me through that thought process of how that's going to play out, and if you have any thoughts here today about effective programs and where some of that money might be allocated.
Thank you, Speaker Yeager. Cody Krinker for the record. Quick answer is, since we didn't know we were going to get this large lump of sum, we've always operated under the auspices that those ESSER funds we're operating in the idea that we're going to want to keep these around. Otherwise, we're not going to give it a shot. So a lot of what you've read here today is what we want. We're getting our information from our school board members. Our school board members were part of our strategic plan. We get it from our students, our teachers, our administrators. One thing I didn't key in on is on that staffing thing. When I started teaching back in the 90s, late 90s, our salaries were equitable, if not better, than other states. Right now, our universities and colleges are doing a phenomenal job of providing the staff, those students that they have going through their system. However, it's not enough. When I started teaching in the 90s, to work, even in Elko County, you had to first. The only jobs open were at-risk schools. The only job were the outer schools, the at-risk schools, the Title I schools, because we were so competitive with others. We could not only meet them, we would beat them. Most of my colleagues, a lot of my colleagues, and still very good friends from Minnesota, the Dakotas, Montana, Wyoming, So with this list provided, obviously, staffing is a huge issue. We still send our teachers, our administrators, to in-person fairs. Those kids walking by, yes, we have the best PERS system. Yes, we have the best retirement system. But to a 24-year-old, 33 years from now, retirement is not a recruitment tool. It's a retention tool, and it's great for those ARL candidates. But we have to raise that bar. We have to raise it. And now a good question I'm sure is coming is like, where do we raise that to? For our districts, probably in the 50s. It probably needs to be in the 50s, because from what I hear from the people that are going to the recruiting fairs, that's about what everybody else has. And of course, we'll stand there and we'll say Nevada has the best retirement system. And yes, that's a great recruitment for those people that are manning those booths, because they might retire. We've had people retire from Montana and move down. But to quickly answer your question, Mr. Speaker, we want to keep what we have. We want to keep going through with our strategic plan to determine what's needed. And then, of course, we want to pay our certified and classified staff what they're worth, and give our students what they deserve.
I have a question on this page. You have reduced class sizes. Can you
Yes,
tell
ma'am.
us what's your plan for doing that?
No, the best option, of course, is more teachers. You can see that we have 14% long-term subs. We don't just find subs and put them in classrooms without support. We provide with ESSER funds and with general funds. We provide training for them. We have weekend training. We have trainings for the subs. And we also offer a stipend to attend these trainings, because, hey, it's your Saturday, as you understand. These people are tired, but we give them incentives to go and get trained. We also have training for our ARL candidates. It's a very large county, as I mentioned, but it's still small enough that everybody still talks about what's needed. We still talk about, hey, so-and-so's a retired biologist. Perfect. Come on over. We talk to them. Everybody wants to help. I haven't, well, probably have, but met anyone that says they don't want to help kids, all right? So people are knowing, if they know they have a supportive administrator, it's not that difficult to go out and talk to someone that may be retired, or maybe just doesn't like their job, or maybe just got out of college and they have a biology degree and they're like, I don't want to go to med school. You know, talk to those people. And that's what, it's going to be recruitment that deals with those class size reductions.
Thank you for that. Assemblywoman Bacchus?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I may have a couple questions. I appreciate the fact that you led us to your website, and unfortunately, in this time period, I wasn't able to digest completely the MGT consulting report on facilities, but my question is going to be pertaining to capital improvements for the school district, and I see that quarterly reports are done on construction and facilities departments. My question is going to be kind of like ESSER funds and also school district monies. I'm quite concerned, and I'll just put it out there, on the Oahe combined school. We've been hearing there are chemical plumes under the school. I know historically the boiler has not worked, that for many months kids are sitting in winter clothing. This may be why we have a crisis of not having teachers. I think it'd be kind of hard to teach in that condition. And it was funny because I ran into a senior from Oahe just last night at a powwow, and so I forgot about that in the Sandoval story, that the boiler was, the last time I think it was really fixed was when Governor Sandoval went to go visit the school. And so I was trying to figure out what the priorities are relative to the Oahe combined school compared to the other schools in the Elko School District.
That's a good question. Thank you. Our priorities, as you can see through one of the slides, is we've created every position, designated every position at Oahe as a critical needs. Oahe is a great community. They have a staff that's from that community. It's about 100 miles from Elko, and there's a lot of retirees in that community that wouldn't mind coming back. So when we're addressing the staffing situation, we've made it a critical needs. We hope to get them back to that school. We've gone through, I've talked to the vice principal. She's reached out to various Native American components of universities that would have staffing, but that could have individuals that are teachers that would be more likely to come to a Native American reservation. But just like every college and university, they're limited in the number of students that are graduating. Would you like us to talk about what the MGT a little bit? Is that what you brought that up at the beginning? Sorry.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Just kind of a follow-up to clarify. I just got to the MGT consulting because I was trying to find all the reports. Then when I realized there were quarterly reports, because I wanted to see how Oahe Combined School was being prioritized for the actual capital structure amongst the other schools in the school district. But I understand there's a more of a need with respect to the chemical aspect is what I'm hearing about. But the one other thing was I know like the boiler wasn't working. So I just am kind of directly asking what the plans are for the school district with respect to that school on the construction and facilities of that school.
Okay, so specifically, our capital funds are, and my school board president will let you know, they are pretty much non-existent. We used to have a pay-as-you-go that was voted out by the voters. We also then tried to pass a bond that was just a general capital funds, and that also got voted down. So capital funds are very limited. We just have what was left and it's sitting in the bank account, and we have to spread that out over to whenever we hope we'll get capital funds voted back and give the confidence to our district. The priorities of Oahe are the exact same as the priorities of Windover. Those old schools, when boilers break down, we go to fix them. We have schools that aren't necessarily Oahe, but are also throughout the district that also have the same capital funds, the limited capital funds access, and the same priorities. So the quick answer is that Oahe has the same priorities as all our schools.
All right, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. I appreciate what you're doing and your passion. And my question is all along the same line about Oahe. Having spent a lot of time out of Wild Horse and into Mountain City, which is I know you are from, Chair there. I also have been through Oahe, and I recognize, I understand about half the students in Oahe live actually in Idaho. So, and it kind of, it's a gray zone there as far as where are you getting your monies from, and how do you split those with students from Idaho, reservation students, Native population, and are there any other funds besides the state of Nevada's funds, the Elko school district funds, and how does that morph into really getting to what the kids need?
That's a great question. Quick answer is I'm not sure which county is directly above Oahe, but they pay us for those students. All right. And when we look at average daily attendance rates for class size reduction, we don't get to actually include those students that live in the Idaho side because they're not our students. So quite often, I mean, they're bused. We take care of them, and I'm not sure how often, but the school district pays a specific amount, which I could get for you, for those students. The same goes for neighboring Eureka County. We have some students that live in Eureka County that come to Carlin.
And thank you for that. Is a follow-up question on that, Madam Chair? How much do you get paid per student from Idaho?
I'm sorry, I would have to get that for you, and I will.
All right, I definitely think we would like to see what Idaho is paying Elko County for their students. Thank you. And that's all. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. And along those same lines, when you get that information, will you let us know if you're paid at the Idaho per pupil rate or at the Nevada per pupil rate?
Absolutely.
Perfect. Assemblywoman Peters.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate the presentation. I want to talk about our support staff. You'd mentioned a couple of items where there's maybe some teacher supports, but I didn't hear you talk about the student support, social workers, counselors, psychiatrists, psychologists, et cetera. Can you talk a little bit about what that looks like and what you're doing to recruit and retain folks in those positions?
Recruitment's about the same. We have district level administration. Dr. Higby, who's the head of our special ed department, he does the recruitment specifically for those high level school psychs. Our social workers, the same. Right now, we're working with an MOU to provide one of our social workers so that she can stay in her current position, and then we pay her mentor to come here where she works. That way, a lot of times when people go to get their counseling degrees or their clinical social work, those higher level degrees, they have to quit their position to go and do internships. And that's very difficult for them and their family, but it's very difficult for us to lose that staff, to momentarily lose that staff, just to finally bring them back and hopefully bring them back. So we're working on ways to keep them where they're at and to keep them in the position that support students. We also have paraprofessionals specifically for our ELL populations. I know a lot of times we talk about special ed paraprofessionals, which make up the vast majority of our parapros, but we also have our ELL populations that have them. Those individuals go and we call them push-ins, that go with the students that are necessarily need perhaps interpreters in some circumstances, or just need the additional help within those classes. So our recruitment, to put it bluntly, is the exact same as our teachers for our support staff. It's easier to find individuals that qualify for paraprofessionals because the criteria isn't as difficult as teachers. Did I answer your question?
I guess I'm also curious about some of the state funding that has gone directly to encouraging the social workers and the hiring of social workers. And it's my understanding that some of that funding is coming back, which is discouraging, right? When it's been applied to a specific area where we have such a dire need, and when those dollars are sent back because something didn't work, right? We need to know it's not working. So I don't know if you guys are having that same problem, but if you can.
All right, Teresa Dastrup for the record. Thank you for that question, Assemblywoman Peters. One of the biggest problems is there are not people to fill those positions. It's great to have the money, and we would love to be able to fill those. And maybe it does need to be more money. Maybe it needs to be more attractive than someone coming in and starting a private practice, although that's also not something that happens very often in Elko County. So maybe more money would be an answer, but quite possibly there's a lot of pieces that go into that, but we just don't have people applying for those positions. Probably the simplest answer. Cody?
And if I may, Assemblywoman Peters, one of the things on the literacy strategists, we've been recruiting, and I keep saying it over again, our retirees. A lot of them have created LLCs so that they can then become literacy strategists, and then we use those ESSER funds and hope to continue to use the general fund once those ESSER funds have been used to keep those literacy strategists, because they're retired teachers. Chances are they are already from the community. We know that they're qualified. We know their reputation, and it gives us an extra sense of confidence that we're giving our students what they need.
Senator Neal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I just have one question on the needs and want page. You mentioned regularly updated curriculum materials, and I guess I'm wondering, what are the challenges that you faced, I guess, prior, and then what are you needing to purchase for the 23-26?
Right now, our curriculum department is going through a math textbook adoption. Embarrassingly, our district's drastically behind on curriculum adoption. I was a social studies teacher. Right when I started teaching, we got our government book, and it had an insert for 9/11. According to the government, the social studies book that we have right now, We have yet to have a female Secretary of State. We have yet to have an African American president. It's that far behind. So granted, that's a textbook, all right? We're moving from that. We want to move from that, but we still live in a rural community where we're still trying to get quality internet. That was one of our biggest problems during COVID. We had to have so many hotspots, and then once we got the hotspots, then we had to pay tens of thousands of dollars a month for the actual internet for those hotspots. So the curriculum adoption, embarrassingly, I would argue that we're pretty far behind, and she's nodding as well. We do have online platforms that we hope to vet and that we've used, and then of course go through. You have a follow-up question, I can tell.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. Follow-up. So that sounds like a serious lag because 9/11, I know I was in law school. I know I was. And that was many moons ago. So how are they able to take the SBAC or the ATC? How is testing going when you have information that lags in that degree with the information that they're actually reading from is dated?
We have great teachers. We have great sorry.
Okay, so they supplement.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I would probably argue that every teacher supplements. We go through and school boards have to make priorities. They'll go through and usually the math and the sciences are a higher priority. I've been told, I'm a social studies teacher. I've been told history doesn't change. We can work on the sciences. We can work on the maths. That was what I was told as teachers, and that's why so many textbook adoptions are delayed. And these textbook adoptions, these curriculum adoptions, they're not cheap. They're millions of dollars. And right now, like I mentioned, we're in the middle of math. Our curriculum department has it set up that what's next, and I'm not sure which one is next. Being the social studies guy and being in the cabinet, I have said that this is of dire need for our students. Of course, we have to go through every department and address those. Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, just one last question, and then I get it. Okay, so for your ESSER II, ESSER $3, I mean, people made arguments around learning loss, and clearly to me, this would have been thrown into the category of learning loss for about 15 years. But how did you manage to use any of those dollars for the textbooks?
I don't think we did. I don't think we used the ESSER dollars for textbooks. We do I'm sorry. Why we didn't? If you're asking why we didn't use those directly for textbooks, is because, for instance, our math curriculum right now is taken all year. We needed more immediate. I mean, we provided with the one-to-one platforms, so we went straight to that, and we provided what these kids needed because we had to get going because of the COVID educational loss.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Dondero.
Thank you very much. And I'd like to continue on that line a little bit. In another generation of my life, I actually worked with doing that process of textbook adoptions and presenting and what have you. And in this state, we have a pretty good cycle of when textbooks are done from the State Department and within the school districts. But with that being said, we have also gone to a lot of online materials, as you mentioned. So it is confusing to me to understand why we don't have current materials when, first of all, we do have online capabilities. I can remember, for example, when we had a earthquake up in, I believe, Wells, Nevada. And those students at that time were given discs, because that's how it was handled at that time, to finish their AP chemistry, I think it was. I forget the exact course, but it was something they had to finish. So if we did that long ago, why is it we're lagging because I know this process intricately and have been in every school district and at every school in this state. And I'm just confused why we have money that comes in and then we don't use it for those things that directly affect our students. I mean, directly.
Thank you for the statement. I can only speculate because I'm only in this position, even though I haven't been in the Elko County School District, I've only been in this position. I do believe we have advanced our online materials. When I was referencing our textbooks, that's what the curriculum, social studies curriculum, I was referencing the textbooks, the right in hand, and since we weren't one-to-one with social studies until recently, that was it. You've got discs, but then of course we have to worry about whether or not those kids have computers at home, and obviously that's very limiting too. So unfortunately I don't have the answer you need because I'm not in the position to know.
So if they're using online materials, then they're, and the textbooks are behind, I understand that piece, but they would be learning from the online material which is updated.
Yes, and that's also expensive, as you know. I'm sorry. Yes, we have been updating as required, but the limited budgets that, to my understanding, that we've had in the past has only been able to limit specific components each year.
And I would only suggest that, which I don't doubt, that we are all here for kids, and it doesn't matter what school district you're from. But I would only suggest that if we are in the business of educating kids, then we need to make sure that they have those materials and those teachers. So I don't doubt that your teachers are phenomenal, because I think most teachers are all doing the right thing for the right reason, no matter what subject they teach. But it's just really disappointing to me when I hear someone say, and not you specifically, because I hear it from other people, my textbooks are 7 years old. And well, are you teaching out of textbooks or are you teaching online? And if you're not teaching online, are there other materials you're using? But we should not be teaching kids old history. I mean, we just shouldn't. And so I would hope that would change. And I would hope if there's any ESSER funds left, that maybe we use them for those curriculum pieces if we're not going to use them to pay teachers.
Thank you, Senator.
We have two more questions. We have Assemblywoman Anderson, and we'll end with Assemblyman Miller.
Thank you, Chair, and I'm sure you'll be surprised by my question. How much training and/or money has been used for training around restorative justice practices, progressive discipline plans, and SEL at the site base, not just at the district base? And again, I'm just asking this to be consistent.
That's great. It's still a great question. I'm glad you brought it up again. Last year, about a third of our administrators were either brand new or new to their position. So most of our restorative justices and those types of trainings have been at the administrative level. Each month, all our administrators meet, principals meet in person while the vice principals are online, and we go through various scenarios with them. Quite often, everybody, you ask them, just like anybody, do you have any questions? Nope. Okay, then we basically give them scenarios. How do you process that? They respond, and then we work through the documents. We work through the policies together to determine the appropriate approaches for restorative justices. And then we hope and know that is relayed from the administration down to each individual teacher. I do know that some schools are practicing positive behavior, PBIS, those types of things, to represent and rectify any behavioral issues that they feel that's in place.
Thank you, and thank you also for the clarification of the high administrative turnover. Thank you.
Thank you for the time, Chair. A quick question regarding, again, back to the at-risk calculation, and I know it's a magical mystery on how we're getting to who actually is in the at-risk population. But I noticed in your funding that the at-risk pretty much stays flat from the shift from the free and reduced lunch determination to the new determination. And I'm curious to know, I also noticed in the Douglas County budget that it looked like the funding, the new funding captures more students than maybe the free and reduced lunch funding did. So I'm curious to know, from your perspective, do you think this is, since it's staying flat, is it capturing most of the same youth, or is it capturing different youth that may have not been identified in the free and reduced lunch calculation?
Speculatively speaking, I think it captures most of the same youth. Now that we're providing lunch for free, our free and reduced lunch return slips, they go down. People are like, well, it's free. Why do you need to know how much I make at home? So it's very difficult to get accurate representation of a student's home life based on that current situation. And I think that's why that the at-risk number has maintained. Of course, much like your wonder of how things work, I also speculate that as well.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Seeing none, I thank you so much for the presentation. And before we move to the next group, I just want to thank whoever the individual or group of individuals were that were very kind to make sure that there was food provided for our guests in the audience. So whoever that was, kudos. You thought better than I did today. So thank you for that. And we'll move on to Esmeralda County.
James D. Fawcett, Superintendent of Schools for Esmeralda County, and we're the tiniest in the state by quite a bit. We, if you think of CCSD as maybe,
Control L will make your screen full screen. Control L. Okay, it became smaller.
I'm getting technical support. Thank you. That was helpful. So if you think of CCSD as a super carrier, huge, we're the Mini Cooper. If you look at our data, you'll see that we have 84 students. We range from 80 to 100 students at a time. I started in LAUSD in a school of 1,500 students. And when we had an initiative, it was with, 78 science teachers I was working with at a time. That's more than our population sometimes of students in the district I'm in now. So if you've been an educator, you know that this is a very unique population mix. 1,000 people in the county. It was 700 just a few years ago. There's a lot of growth going on. And my two main sites, that would be my two big campuses, you know, the one of 40 and the one of 30, my two big campuses. See, 3 people got the joke. Okay, the thing is that they're an hour and 15 minutes away, and my goal is to see every student and every classroom every week. Pretty much keep that up. During the last snowstorms, it became challenging, but managed to keep it going. We have no hospitals, grocery stores. We have one small gas station over in Dyer, an hour and a half away. And this is in a place where Goldfield, Nevada, from 1903 to 1910, was the biggest city in the state of Nevada. We were the place to be until a couple of floods and a big fire or two. Now we're 300 people instead of 20 or 30,000. And that population goes up and down based on who breaks down in Goldfield usually, because Dyer's fairly steady, and I wish I was kidding about that. But we patch them together, and teachers come to me and go, how do we deal with these intense behaviors? And I go the way we always do, with kindness. The restorative justice question that keeps coming up, I love, because it addresses something fundamental about education and making it work. And so we talk about engagement, we talk about kindness, and we talk about repeat and teach, and intervention. This is what our culture looks like. As we've poured money into things like a district coordinator, behavioral interventionist, one-to-one aids for people who are desperately in need based on their IEP. We have changed cultures and the school so that well, without ESSER funds, we flat wouldn't have been able to do those things or almost keep the doors open for various reasons. But herein lies one of our bigger problems. And some of these things you didn't ask for, but you can't understand what I'm dealing with as a superintendent unless you know that I'm dealing with a place that now all of a sudden has a gold mine who's interested in Goldfield, building a gold mine in the middle of the city limits, and they've sunk I put 200,000 in there. And then I realized, oops, it's actually $200 million that they've sunk into this gold mine. They're for real. They're coming back big time. They're going to hire 160 people to start and up to 300. That's more than the population of the town. And I'm preparing to triple, quadruple our school population, or maybe make it 10 times bigger. The thing is, we're opening classrooms and trying to prepare for that during a time of funding shrinkage and population shrinkage. And it's not impossible. It just means that we have to do some very interesting things. This guy behind me right here, Dr. Warren Schillenberg, is my sister district, without whom I wouldn't have a high school. For 68 years, we've had a relationship where the haunted high school, if you watch programs on Goldfield, which I live next door to, my wife goes, there's glowing lights moving in there and funny sounds. I go, ignore them. Old students, not new students. When people stop by the house to ask, I tell them, oh yeah, really haunted, because we need all the money we can get. So here's the thing. No idea what I was saying next. Something to do with a lot of money. Okay, so as the gold mine tells us they're coming in with 300 new employees, and you look around, we're changing all over the town. We're changing all over the county. Oh, and Warren is who I was talking about, the high school connection. Basically, we send our kids to his high school. His problem, though, is more catastrophic, as well as mine, that we can't get teachers in there. They just won't come. So he's got a platform, K-12 online, stealing your thunder here, buddy. But basically, he's managed to keep a high school open that can't be kept open. But he didn't stop there, and he made it happen, and we've cheered together. And so parents spent 3 hours beating him up last night because he's not doing good enough. And that's what it looks like being a superintendent. It's not really nice. But one of the things we did with our ESSER funds is say we need bus drivers. Why? Because we are big enough to where we can't keep our schools open without them. We sunk $5,000 into anybody who would get a bus driver's license. We got all these people qualified. And so here's our problem. We couldn't get them qualified because we're too small. Back to Dr. Schillenberg, he goes, sure, Jim, no problem. Have them trained down here with us. One thing, you got to have them as sub-bus drivers for us. So last Wednesday, my human resources director, who was one of them, drove bus for his district and kept his district open. Well, my guy over maintenance in Goldfield had to drive the bus because that bus driver quit, and Manny's now certified through those ESSER funds. So we got our kids to school. There's one problem. We didn't have anybody shovel snow, so 3 hours of snow shoveling later, I get on the line with them to talk about how we're going to build presentations for you guys. This was on Wednesday. It was not what I'm used to as a top district administrator. It's not exactly what you're expecting. But because of ESSER funds, we were able to provide bus drivers for us in another district. We were able to, through fellowship and working together, get things done that we couldn't do otherwise. Our friend Jesus Jara. So Dr. Jara actually provides our buses because, I don't know if you know this, but they cost like $250,000 or in that range. We have a special needs student, so we had to buy a brand new bus that was $170,000. We don't really have budgets for that. We're too small. But Jesus had this program through the EPA and 3 other things, basically provided 2012 buses, which sounds old unless you know that he's replacing 1992 and 1996 buses for us. The truth is, as a team, we're almost like shoulder to shoulder and hip to hip. We work so closely together and integrated. We share students, we share resources, and we share ways to spend these funds and to use them over time. So I went to my team 4 weeks ago to talk about the summer school money from ESSER funds that we set up for this coming summer 2 years ago, because I don't know if you remember where we were at 2 years ago, but kids weren't talking. We all had face masks on. We were huddling in our homes in fear, or happy for many of the students. They're like, yay. But for the first time ever, we're going to have a dual track. I have 2 women. I don't have a CFO. I have an Annabelle, who's our financial officer. And Annabelle keeps the wheels on the bus and the funds working. And she stopped doing her payroll so she could get numbers together and brainstorm with me. That wasn't Wednesday because I had to recover and do this Thursday. But bottom line, we put together, what we had left in that ESSER funds and budget for our summer school project. And Wendy and Annabelle said, after 18 years, finally, we don't just have a K-5 intervention math reading summer school for the foundational skills. We have advanced STEM training for kids 3rd through 8th. And even some of those kids in the K-5 group are going to get extended and advanced math and science skills. So where are the ESSER funds going? They're going there. They're going to hire bus drivers. They're helping me. They're helping him who's helping me to get people. So you get the picture. And this isn't something that's just happening this year or recently. This is like our daily lives. When you put together an advanced math science program during the summer with robotics and computer programming and some really other fun stuff, you get a double hit. You get teachers who think about education differently. You get them thinking differently about science. When you go into August, they aren't saying, well, where's the book? They're saying, hey, what was that thing we did this summer? Hey, how can I advance and extend that? So over the last 2 years, we've brought in NDE, who I got to give a shout out for math and reading intensive training. I've been disturbed by, you don't have the data in front of you, by the data I'm seeing in our K3, K5 reading. And a lot of that has to do with who we can hire and how we can hire and long-term subs. I've been a superintendent for 1 year and 3 months, I think, something like that. At any rate, during my time, what I've done, and maybe a little before because I was doing it before, we are intensively training teachers, training aides, training everybody, actually training the lunch lady and the office staff who also, when they can, drop into the classroom, how to teach reading and foundational skills, how to get at those math skills. Now, we got to explain something about small schools and data. It was Neil, there we go. And so there's some questions about data. When you have a data set below 10 in population, it's not considered reliable, too small. Okay, so I took this set of kids who were so low, and we had these incredible scores. So across the region, we got these jumps, because there were some gifted kids in there. And the funny thing about gifted kids, you train them, they skyrocket. So they graduated. The next year, a family moved in who had kids who had spent a 90-10% of their time in SPED, so 10% pullout. Now they're 100% in the classroom because we don't have SPED like that. We do all push in, which, by the way, plug for that is better anyway. Parents were thrilled with what we presented, but it took us 7 weeks to nail down where they're at. So we tested and trialed till we hit the sweet spot of engagement and zone of proximal development. And we got 29 points of reading growth in this kid who's at a 1st grade level in the 6th grade. And I'm not going to tell you what school, so ostensibly you won't know who he is, which is a total lie because my district's too small. I can't give you data points without you knowing, but she's so proud she'd come up here and shout his name. The thing is that ESSER funds allowed us to hire a position to support that, and that's going away. So you see green, red, small, red, big, and red, 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 because the ESSER funds that we're using to fill these positions that are high needs, that we've been training like crazy, we can't get rid of. Because even though we're running in the red, we're going to grow exponentially unless history literally never does repeat itself. But I mean, $200 million, you suppose that gold mine's really going to get built? So we got to prepare for it. Right now, we're going into the red to keep the people we're training like crazy. Our student to teacher ratio is better than any of you guys. We're like 6 to 1, 8 to 1. I don't know. It's so small, it's ridiculous. And who am I going to fire? Nobody you can teach. We'll find a way, because in the next year or so, I mean, it does this and this all on its own, from the breakdowns who stay. And when you look at restorative justice and effective training of children so that they no longer see themselves as losers and failures and all, so that they love being there and they love you and they love each other, which in my opinion is what we're really doing, you get a change in learning. You do get a change in standardized test scores. You get a change in engagement. You get a change in attendance, and that's what we're working on. And without the ESSER funds, honestly, we couldn't have hired the people. We couldn't have trained the people. We couldn't have got the bus drivers to get the kids to school. And And because of your funding initiative and what you're planning to do to make that up and keep us going, we have hope. We can do this by the skin of our teeth. I may be shoveling the snow, and Manny, the guy, might be bus driving. Manny's 63. I'm 62. Some of these people are old. We're thinking, should we retire? Oh, I'm sorry. That was, if my wife was here, she'd hit me for saying that just in case of who I just offended. But she's home, fortunately for me.
But she's watching.
We have hope, and we have people who are saying, I don't think it's time to retire. I think it's time to do a little more. I don't think it's time to get off the wagon. We got an 85-year-old board member, an 80-year-old board member, and I won't tell you the women's ages, so I'm less in trouble. But these are people who are saying, I've got background experience. Can I step into the classroom and help? We got the local judge who runs a government class for us. It's called Kids Court. In her courtroom that's over 100 years old with all the wood, and it's beautiful. She brings the kids in, and they run a court session in there. And it's not just for the Goldfield kids. She does it across the district. They all bring it in because we've got the networking and the capacity to teach long distance. And it's exciting stuff. We're developing kids who are saying, I'm going to be a lawyer. This is exciting. I'm glad that wasn't mine. So honestly, with kind of short notice, it was challenging for me to put this together. And after you asked questions, I think it was Neil over there, I thought, oh my gosh, I hope she doesn't start talking to me. Because I don't think I can... I'm not AJ. I mean, I've never been a CFO, so I've run one of the biggest pipelines of teacher instruction, starting with LAUSD. We ran out over 1,000 teachers a year in 3 cohorts into the system, got some of the best people in our system built. In another one in Wyoming, I built the instructional coaches and ran them and trained them and mentored leaders. A CFO, those are letters for somebody else, and some of the letters in the middle are, I got to tell you, I don't know. I could give you dollars, especially if my Annabelle, she's a CFO, was here. But the truth is, what I say every time is, are we spending the dollars to the greatest leverage to meet student needs? If we spend this money, is it going to get us a change, not only an affective improvement, will kids want to be at school, but will they be learning more and achieving better? And so here's the funny thing. We sound like carbon copies of each other, the stuff you're saying. And if you're sitting with these guys every month, which I do, the conversation is no different. So wonderful that we're actually all on the same side. Really seriously considered not being here. My wife has trigeminal neuralgia. If you look it up, it's called the suicide disease. You look up suicide disease, it says trigeminal neuralgia. It's so painful that, well, you get the rest of the story. And so I'm holding her hand yesterday morning and go, I don't have to go, She goes, the Senate is asking you to talk. I said, no, they're just, yeah, but. She goes, no buts, go. So she calls me about 7 or 8 o'clock and goes, okay, what can I take? Because I can't take it anymore. So I'm coaching over the phone thinking, boy, this better be important. And yet she said, no, that's important. And this is maybe one of the best reading interventionists I've ever had work for me. I took a school in Wyoming that was down here. We became the top change school in reading and math intervention growth in 1 year. And it's her. And she can't talk right now because of her pain. And I won't even begin to describe what we've had to spend money on, none of which is covered by a really crummy insurance company, which we don't care because seriously, I'd spend any money to get her out of the pain. But how important is this? How important are you? How important are our kids? It's that important. It's that important to my wife and to you and to their families too. So thank you for hearing us out. Thank you for putting this together and looking at these things seriously. And really, if I can answer any questions, I will. But seriously, I am the Mini Cooper. You got flagships behind me, which was a great way to get out of the chair. Did you see how that worked? Okay. Anyway. Esmeralda County, Jim Fawcett.
Thank you so much for that very inspiring and energetic presentation. I appreciate everything you said about how you're looking outside the box to address shared needs, not just within your school district, but in your neighboring district. And I think every district needs 1 or 2 Annabelles, so thank God for Annabelle.
Yes.
And thank your wife for allowing you to be here with us today. We appreciate you and her. Chair Dondero Loop.
I just wanted to make a couple comments. First of all, you're exactly who Esmeralda County needs, because you are exactly what some school district where nobody wants to go, you showed up, and you showed up for the kids. Your wife showed up for the kids. And no one is more important than our kids and our future. And so there's no question there, but as a native Nevadan whose dad went to school in Mineral County, and I've watched all the gyrations of this school district, I just wanted you to know that we are so grateful that you are there for those kids, because I know it's hard to get people into Goldfield, which I have driven through hundreds of times in my life. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Speaker Yeager.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. My colleague here to my left and I had the pleasure of visiting Dyer, Nevada. In October, we went up Boundary Peak, so that was interesting and obviously very remote. And I really appreciated your presentation because, you know, we contrast your district with Clark County, Washoe County, and all the rest in between, and we see the unique challenges that we have here. Just really two quick questions. One, is your back doing okay from all the snow shoveling? Because we've had to do some up here in Carson, and it's been pretty brutal. And then my only question about the numbers, obviously we're not talking about the magnitude of additional funding that the other districts are getting, but I'm assuming the increase from the state support this year will probably go to make that large red number a little bit lower than it is on the screen right now.
Yeah, thank you for noticing that. If you didn't call me on it, I wouldn't cop to it. But because of how this actually works, it looks like that this time of year, and it'll probably look closer to the number above it unless we get a student population gain. Because of the flexibility of our systems and the way we built it, which would take too long to explain, but you'd be really impressed if you heard what we were doing. But that number could be solved by the move-ins. It could also be solved by the fact that we can't hire all the positions we want. He's got a position or had one in social worker that we flew for 3 years and never filled in the rurals. Same thing's happening with us. So that number will probably be cut down to 200,000 or 300,000, or it could go green if that population bump happens right away. The thing we can't do, though, is lose the dedicated, well-trained staffing that we're having. So we run red for a year and then we make it up later because you can't get people to come. So yeah, thank you for noticing that. And it's not really as bad as it looks. And I wasn't going to tell you that because, you know, it doesn't help my argument. But yeah, it's not as bad as it looks.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Assemblywoman Dickman.
Not a question, really. I just enjoyed your presentation so much. You almost make me wish I lived in Goldfield so I could help out.
You're welcome. Come on.
You're awesome. Thank you. You know, I did actually have a question. Of this $200 million investment, has the mine talked to you at all about helping with the school?
Yeah. Yeah, we, in fact, you can probably tell that when I speak in public, people notice. So they went, oh, him. And so I had this crowd of people after the last presentation 3 or 4 weeks ago. We're already talking about the fellowship and you know about Kinross in Round Mountain, right? Okay, so having a gold mine handy is what it sounds like. It's an incredible support. I mean, they've got the best pool, they've got all kinds of other things. So I told the whole public address, the whole group in the auditorium, how lucky we were that they were going to do all that for us. We hadn't had that conversation before. But they looked at me and went, okay, yeah, just get them off our backs. But this is being recorded, isn't it? Yeah. But the thing is that, yes, they know that we have expectations of them helping to build up the community, build up the education system, and be a part. The local bar that's run by Jenna, the Mozart, closes down in Lent, and you can't drink unless you wrap Christmas presents when it gets that time of year, because that's what we do. When Halloween comes around, every shop in the entire courthouse close up for an hour while we march through town. Everybody honks, and so when you come into our town of Goldfield, you're part of the family, and in the case of this place, they're the rich uncle. So we already talked about the fact that there's probably a library, a pool, and a couple other things in it for us. And the nice thing is that the local mines, like the lithium mine, produced water filtration systems and various other things. So yes, Just as if you were to move into town, my first question would be, what's your education background? I'd say it nicely so you didn't get caught up till I grabbed you, because we do that with everybody. We do the same thing with all new businesses, because they're all working like this with us.
Awesome. Thank you so much, and thank you, Chair.
Sure.
Of course. Senator Neal.
Oh. No, I mean, hi.
Oh my God. I don't even have a difficult question.
Oh, good.
You don't have enough children. Okay, sorry.
So my crazy wife, after 5, said we need more, so we went to China for one. We couldn't afford more, so she said, well, you call all the kids your own. I was working in Southeast LA and a 99.9% Latino X population. So we're going to adopt 1 or 2. We ended up with 4, and they're all in college now, very successful. But I look at my classroom sizes and I go, I raised more kids than this. So yeah, there's not enough. That's what I actually thought you'd say. There's not enough kids to ask. Go ahead. I'm listening. Sorry. No more storytelling.
I guess I had a question on the multi-grade classrooms and how that.
No, it was like his somebody's question's over there. Yeah, that was the one that I didn't cover because, of the time, but I'm going to keep it really short. So there is nobody who teaches less than 3 grade levels. Next year it'll be 4 in one of them because we can't hire enough extra. We just don't have the slots and I've had to cut back. But that would go to 5. That'd become K5. That'd become K4 and 5-8 if I wasn't pushing the budget. Because right now we have K2, 3-5, 6-8, which if you've ever taught, is impossible and ridiculous. But we do it anyway, and we do it based on grouping with zone of proximal development, flexible grouping in other classrooms, and aides doing extra help, plus this addition. Because if you looked at the boardwalk 2010, when they did the boardwalk and they moved the math and sciences down into 8th grade, so that they're now doing graphing linear equations in 7th grade. And most of us are going like, wasn't that college? But we teach that to 7th graders. So my point is, hiring a highly qualified content specialist who can teach 6th, 7th, and 8th grade alone is impossible. So we've got online platforms we've been using, like Edgenuity at the moment, and they help us to bridge that gap with content specialty. But what we found is that you can't keep a kid on a computer 5 to 7 hours a day without them losing their minds. So if you've looked at ELA standards, there's a word difference from 6th to 7th and 7th to 8th. You can actually teach that all together, both the writing and the reading component, and you might have to do 2 groups, but not even always. Okay, so my point is, if you're really good with curriculum and you're very creative and you have an outside platform, you can pull this off and get really good results. And we've gotten some very good results. But then the problem is here that in one school we have EL population that we have to address special needs on. And then we have a high special needs population in the other school. They're not alike at all, and they're the same district. So when you look at 3 grade levels, plus SPED and then plus SPED and EL, you're really not talking 5. You're talking about, honestly, I've taught in some very high impact Title I schools in LA and other places in the country. And this may be one of the hardest places I've taught, which I would have never thought possible. Here's the thing, if you can put an aide in there to help and get the right technology support, do testing and group them appropriately, you can still get gains that are almost shocking. It's like, you feel good. You go home and go, yeah, I'm staying here. And we've seen a lot of that, especially with the special high needs kids who were pushed off into the corner of other schools and never grew. And then they hit us and found out that they're in the center, they're in the spotlight, because we're going to find out, 1, what they know, and 2, what's next, and then make sure to get that to them. So multi-grade level has advantages and disadvantages. We get tired teachers, but we support them well. And I go personally into the classroom and put, like I said, the lunch lady in there and the secretary. My wife is also a receptionist. So I said, okay, on that wall over there, put these words, a student learning center. She goes, why? I said, because it's now a student learning center. She goes, so it's not the office? I said, no, clearly not. You're going to have a sign up there. Moved the office furniture out. I was collecting recliners for a while. We have a high school and a blended learning environment where 9th through 12th, we had 3 kids the first year, 6 the second, 12 the next. We have 18 kids in our distance learning high school now. But they don't do as well unless they have daily contact. So I made I made learning centers by clearing out space and putting in soft furniture. They come in for breakfast, and they have a 4-hour supported learning block. That means my wife says, get back to work. Put your shoes on. Don't cuddle with her like that. Sounds just like that. It's my wife, right? The other school has the same thing, only have Jasmine, our district coordinator. Now, what we do is every 3 to 4 weeks, we make sure, well, actually weekly they get reports to the parent, but on a 3 to 4 week basis, you meet with the student and the parent if they're not passing all classes. So you're not allowed to fail. It's a Rick Dufour-ism. Basically, students are too young to ruin their lives, so we can't allow it. So we step in and intervene. So we're running a successful blended learning high school program by simply paying attention to little things like making space for students to come and sit, feeding them a little bit, and making sure they meet with an adult every week who talks to them about whether or not they're reaching their goals and performing at grade level. If they're not, then they meet with their parent very quickly. And the same thing is mirrored down into the lower grades. But when you look at multi-grade level instruction and some of the creative things we're doing instructionally, they're flexible, they're transportable, they can be done anywhere. They just, when you build a bigger system, you need more people, and the key thing is you need people trained in knowing how to ask the right questions. I'm sorry, this is too long, but if you ask the kid what they're doing and what their goal is and what they're going to be doing next time and how the data looks to them and put them in this seat in charge with you as their coach, you get incredible results. That's a 45-minute presentation on that you aren't going to hear, I promise. But multi-grade level instruction really quite often comes down to empowering students and meeting them where they're at. So, great question. Sorry, don't ask another. They're going to shoot me.
I don't have
That was a
another.
good one.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Assemblywoman Gurlow, she'll be our last question.
Thank you so much. And first, your wife sounds amazing. So tell her we all said hi.
I will.
But it does sound like you have some unique challenges when it comes to recruiting. How is the housing? We've heard from Douglas that they had some housing issues. So is that an issue for you as well?
So I bought a house this year. No, I mean as a district. So the 5 lots and house, one of the bigger, nicer ones in town, came open next to my bus barn and across from the gym. And owning both sides of the street as a school district doesn't hurt when you're in a town that has more bars than churches. So we own that part of the block now. It costs us $130,000. In another 2 years, it'll be worth $300,000 or $400,000. Probably a good investment. But we're housing teachers and offering it at a very reasonable rate so we can get them in place. There are lots being bought up like crazy for people who are trying to build stuff right now. But for teacher housing, we're working hard to supply that to them, and it is a major incentive. It helps. I use the same enthusiasm and energy to build a picture and image for people to come to our district, and I just hired a sped teacher with 6 years of experience who's, I can't act like her, but she twitters and vibrates when she talks about how excited she is to come. And my daughter, who I didn't hire because that was the school board and somebody else in an NRS document, because she's going to work in the same district, but she's an advanced STEM teacher who is a lead teacher in technology, and she's going to do an 6th or 8th grade class and help run the school for me. So I'm using my pull that way to get people in. How do you get people in? You make relationships and you tell them how wonderful it is. You have people like, who was that who said she'd come and want to work for us? Yeah, you take them up every time and go, okay, come stay with me for the weekend and take a look at this. And so housing is, of course, significant, but you are the solution. You're the one. If you're on my staff, you'd know what I just said to you. It's us. How do we make a difference? We tell them, I love it here. You're here with me, and you're never going to be alone when you teach. You get in a hard spot, it's half as hard. And so, yeah, housing's an issue, and we're careful about that, but people not feeling isolated. Now, I'll stop there because there's a whole 30 minutes more to that one. But yes, housing is something we're still working on, and it does make a difference.
Well, thank you. With that, that is our last question. Again, I thank you for the presentation, and we will end Esmeralda. Next up on our agenda is Eureka, but unfortunately, they weren't able to join us, so Superintendent Hess from Story County has been very kind to present for both Story and Eureka. So thank you. Make sure you turn on your mic.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity and for reminding me to turn on the mic. Superintendent Els from Eureka County School District apologizes that he's not able to be here today. So I'd like to read a letter on behalf of him. And I can say that any of these data sheets that have been asked for, I will work with Eureka County School District and with Story, who will present next, to make sure that you have that just within a few days. So very good information that you're asking for, and we'll get that right to you. If you follow the old Pony Express Trail from here about 242 miles, you run into Eureka County School District. This is from Tate Els. Thank you for allowing all districts to share their stories. I apologize I am unable to attend today's hearing as I have prior family commitments. I would also like to thank Mr. Hess for presenting on my behalf. I am proud of the great programming that we have been able to provide students in Eureka County. Unfortunately, we still have areas that need improvement that we are constantly working towards each day. Increasing our overall educational achievement in English language arts and math is among our top priorities. Another identified concern is meeting the changing needs of unique and diverse student population and improving our teacher skill set to effectively provide instruction to meet the needs of all learners. Eureka County School District is one of 3 districts on hold harmless. Eureka County School District does not anticipate a significant increase in funding over the next biennium. As with all districts across the nation, we have seen the impacts of the nationwide teacher shortage. In addition to the teacher shortage, we're also seeing a major shortage of all staff positions. We are unable to fill bus driver positions, instructional aid positions, custodial positions, support staff positions, and administrative positions. Due to the staffing shortages, many positions have been eliminated and duties dispersed across to other employees to keep the operations running. This has been done out of necessity. However, it is unsustainable in the long term. Existing employees are only able to absorb so many responsibilities before we begin to negatively impact the learning environment for our students. Eureka County School District will be entering the second year of a 2-year agreement in the 23-24 school year. It was negotiated to all employees that they will receive a 2% COLA, cost of living adjustment. This, in addition to the significant increase in PERS, our health insurance is a major concern for long-term sustainability. We have also spent more on transportation, food, power, and propane. The increased cost of all goods and services is impacting all school districts across the state and increasing fear that sustaining and maintaining what we have will be a challenge. Increased costs, in addition to major staffing shortages, put all districts in a difficult position and make it even more challenging to improve our educational environment. I appreciate the time you are taking to work collaboratively with my dedicated, hardworking colleagues. It is great to see all of Nevada come together for all of our students. My only other comment on that is I know there was a question in regard to ESSER funds. Eureka County did not receive any. Or if they did, it was so little they chose not to apply for it. But again, we'll make sure we get a better data sheet from Eureka and then the follow-up with Story.
Thank you so much.
So good morning, Todd Hess, Superintendent of Story County School District. I am very proudly a 6th-generation Nevadan, about all of those from the Snowy Mountain to the north of us there up in Virginia City. I want to tell you how much great respect I have for each and every one of you. When my mother retired from the schools, she loved the session so much and wanted to be an educational champion that she went to work for the late Debbie Smith and then Gene and Tick Sagerblum out of Clark County, who are phenomenal people. So spent a lot of time watching y'all in the session here and just really appreciate all the work that you've done for us. Like Eureka and Esmeralda, Stories under the Hold Harmless provision, that was pushed through in 2019 with the passage of SB 543, which took us off the Nevada plan, which we had for I think about 54 years, and we went to the pupil-centered funding plan. So that means with the hopeful infusion of funding, these districts, including Story, are not anticipating any additional revenues other than potentially enrollment-driven increases over the next biennium. I'm not sure, this may be separate to the bill that would include funding for teacher raises, so that may be separate. Story may get some of that. I'd have to check on that bill. What will all districts do with the funding? That was a question I thought about for quite a while, and I think the best way for me to answer it is 2 summers ago, Superintendent Jensen and former Superintendent Ponder and I went to Washington, D.C. and visited with our delegation on Capitol Hill. And inevitably the question was, what are the biggest challenges that you're seeing in Nevada education right now? And pretty much before the sentence got out, we said attracting and retaining all staff in Nevada positions, is the #1 priority by far. As you know, the cost of living has skyrocketed. Our neighbors here, Story draws staff from Washoe, Lyon, Carson, Douglas, et cetera. So, as you know, the average house, I just saw 2 days ago in the RGJ that the median home in Reno went down. It's only $515,000 for a house. Yet, we're taking new teachers, oftentimes with student debt, and telling them we'll pay them somewhere a little north of $40-something thousand a year. So, as we can guess, that's not something that's sustainable at all. The critical shortage carries over to our support staff, transportation, mental health positions, et cetera. We will certainly join all Nevada districts, though, in funding for staff raises, including PERS and health insurance increases. I think a huge question for all of us that'll probably be addressed in a future legislative session is sustainability. If it's one-shot money, then, I think most of us agree that it's a pretty untenable thing for districts to keep up with. In closing, I believe that having fully staffed, well-trained, high-quality people is the #1 thing we can do in our state, and I feel like this is the strongest path forward to improving achievement and overall student outcomes for each and every student in the state of Nevada. And then I'm going to try to pre-answer some questions, if I may. Story County School District received a total of $217,000 total in ESSER funds. That was used to fund a K-5 literacy specialist for 2 years. And additionally, we used a program called Edgenuity, which is a distance education focused on learning loss and credit recovery. 3 years ago, our grad rate, we couldn't believe it, but it was 100%. 2 years ago, it was 100%. Last year, it was 94%. We're 412 students, 23% minority rate, 14.2% student-to-teacher ratio. We have 1 social worker, 1 mental health official that's paid out of Title II funds, 1 SRO that I made the sheriff's office pay because we didn't have that. Availability. I'll send you the admin teacher salary differences. We don't have an admin association, so anytime in my 30 years there, we've had any raise from classified or certified, that gets rolled in with the admins. Really good question on restorative justice, and I'm going to save you the shocker of a question, and you're going to get a shocker of an answer. It's the same one you've heard. That was pushed out with admins. We had those discussions. We checked with staff to make sure there was comfortability with understanding on that, but I haven't done a good enough job of following up personally with each and every staff member, which is something, we're small enough that we try to do that. So appreciate that question. And not sure if I answered all those, but with that, I would love to answer any questions, or at least try to. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for doing the 2 presentations for us. Speaker Yeager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't really have a question because I know you're on hold harmless, so that changes the dynamics, but really just wanted to thank you for traveling here on a Saturday and also for pinch hitting for another district. So just keep doing what you're doing. Appreciate it.
It was a short drive. I could have taken a sled, though, so thank you.
Members, any other questions or comments? All right, see none, I will thank you again for joining us. So next up, we have Humboldt County and Dr. Jensen. Of course. Yes. All right. So we have Nye County. Thank you. That was very kind of you.
It was. I wish Warren Schillingberg, Superintendent of Nye County, I wish I was as funny as everybody else. I'm not. I'm so burnt out and tired, I'm going to be really dull. But I do want to say I apologize. I wasn't able to put a presentation together myself. I have been traveling these last couple weeks to the 18,000 square miles of my district to work on a new strategic plan for our district. So I'm meeting with parents and staff and students and community members. And my wonderful secretary and business manager pulled some stuff together, and I'm grateful for that. But I do want to share some things with you, some of our priorities. Of course, we have to increase our teacher salary. We are having a really hard time filling positions. We have 51 open positions this year that are covered with emergency subs. And that is creating a lot of problems for our district as a whole, especially in our remote rural areas, Tonopah, Gabbs, places that, are a couple, 2.5 hours away from Pahrump. We had 0 applicants. And this coming year, we have 62 open positions for teachers. And we are doing all we can to do recruiting fairs and trying to entice people. We've offered bonuses, signing bonuses. So we are doing what we can to try to get people here. We are really struggling with special education, as everybody is. We, in Tonopah, for example, we have all virtual teachers. We have one para that is there to support the teachers or the students, which is not good. We have virtual speech and language. Again, I think that we have to look at paying more money to our remote rurals, more than we pay for the others, so we can attract them. We have had conversations with our teachers, the ones who have left. They like the school, they like the town, there's nothing to do. And some of them, they have 2 homes because it's a 4-day week, so they can't afford to have another home in a remote place. They've asked us if we'd pay for the hotel. I mean, there's things we're looking at trying to do to keep them there, but that is a big issue for us. We also have serious maintenance issues. Our HVAC systems are all breaking down at the same time. You can't get parts. We're replacing our middle school, one middle school in Pahrump. The air conditioning units are $10 million to replace them all. We can afford 5. Tonopah needs a new elementary school. We have used our final bonding money to build that elementary. We were told to be $17 million. The bid came in at $28 million. So now we're struggling to try to find ways to cut it back a little bit so we can still have that school because they need it. I think one thing I want to talk about and share a little bit here, because I think our district has the highest poverty in the state, and we have some of the lowest test scores. And I came to this district because I wanted to spend my final years giving back to a district like I grew up in. I grew up in a small town in Ohio, but most of my career I spent in high-performing, wealthy districts. And it is very sad to me to see the difference in the resources that these students do not have that they have in the other school districts. In the wealthy school districts, I would have 100 applicants for every job. Most of our teachers made over $100,000. And we didn't have any teacher that had to worry about all the kids by themselves. We had more support staff than I had classroom teachers. In our district, we have serious issues for our students to work on. Our teachers have to work through with our students, but they have to do it by themselves. We don't have a lot of support teachers, and we need more of those. We have tried to put in an MTSS model. We've added interventionists where we can. We've put in intervention blocks to help our students who are struggling. But 2/3 of our students are 2 to 3 years behind. And that is a lot of work to try to catch them up. The other issue that I think is strong for us is we have very few of our students are able to attend preschool. In the wealthy districts, every child went to preschool. Our children who came to kindergarten were all reading. We didn't have to teach them to read. They already knew how to read. That's a big difference when you look at what you have to do with children who come without those skills and without the background knowledge and vocabulary that help them be successful in school. So those things we have to struggle with. I want to say I know how to improve achievement. I've done it in every district I've been in. I don't know how to do it without the staff. That's what I struggle with. And I want to give an example. To me, it's like if I asked you to build a house, and instead of hiring construction workers, I had you hire high school graduates, and I gave them a plan and said, build a house. I don't think anyone would be surprised that the house wasn't built to your satisfaction. But that's what we're dealing with. We are putting emergency subs who have high school degrees in the classroom who have no knowledge or skills whatsoever. And we're doing the best we can to help them. But that has become more of a burden to our regular teachers who have to support them even more. So that's hard. The poverty is something I don't think we talk about enough, how that is affecting our community and our students. I've asked our staff, I'm in our schools all the time, but I do not notice it because we have so many services to help them. You wouldn't really be able to pick them out because we provide them clothing and food. But I went to one of our schools where the Elks provided 300 new shoes to our students who are in transition. And I sat down and helped the children try on the shoes. One little boy didn't want to take his shoes off because his socks are full of holes. And I said, we have a new pair of socks. But the saddest thing to me was there was no life in their eyes. They were just blank. And you just don't think about that. When you come from that kind of environment and you struggle. I was in one school with a principal, and a little boy came up to her and said, Principal, can I take this home? And it looked like a bag of cookies. And it actually was pancakes that he had for breakfast. But he wanted to take them home so he had food to eat. But the kid he was adorable. He looked like a little angel because he had clothing and he was fine. But he lived with his grandmother, and they lived on Social Security, and they didn't have money for food. That, I still see that kid's face. It breaks your heart. I was in one school, there was a mother talking to the principal, and she's saying that she can't get her daughter to get on the bus. And the principal said, we're going to help her get on the bus. We're going to be there with her and support her. The mother said, I'm thinking about letting her go, giving her up, which was sad to hear. And then when I talked to the principal, the little girl didn't want to go home because they live in a van. And she felt safer at school. Those are things that you just can't calculate when you're trying to deal with teaching children. We all know, probably most of us know